Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Joining me in studio, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart, otherwise known as Shy Girl.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Shy. And joining us in Charleston, South Carolina, our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, everybody. I am drinking non-caffeinated tea this morning because it's going to take a steady hand to get us through trading.
Why? Who would drink anything decaf? I'm always wary of decaf people, unless you have a reason. But we all know I like my caffeine. I have about
A little bit.
5 double espressos a day. Does that seem like a lot? I mean, Chad, tell me what you think. How many coffees a day are you drinking? I'm drinking 5 double espressos a day easily. I mean, that's soft.
And he's got his leg going.
Boom, 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 boom.
You need, Della, you need an intervention because that seems a little excessive to me.
And I say it does nothing to me,
I know.
and I'm walking like
And he's
that.
like jumping around.
But there's less caffeine in espresso. Just chat GPT it. I don't say Google it anymore because I've moved solely to AI tools. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, who uses Google anymore? It's like so 2020. I mean, unbelievable. No, so okay, let's get into the overnight headlines. Shy, the one that sticks out, probably the only one that sticks out, and we're going to talk about metals. I already put my note out this morning. Metals are leading the charge. We know platinum is, in Shy's words, ripping tits. But it is. And but dollar weakness, that's really the story right now.
Yep, we got the dollar weakness and a little bit rally in treasuries. This is on the back of Trump at the NATO meeting said that he has, and I don't know why he brought this up at the NATO meeting, but he said he has 3 or 4 people on the list to replace Fed's Powell and likely will be naming somebody well before his term is over in May of 2026. So we did say, he said, I know, here's the quote was, I know 3 or 4 people that
He does.
that he wants to replace Fed's Powell with. He said, I mean, he goes out pretty soon, fortunately, because I think he's terrible. So there you go. But we did have
That's restrained for him, really.
That true. But so the dollar fell. We did hit the 96 handle overnight. We have since bounced some, but really it's on the back of kind of naming a shadow Fed chair. Like naming somebody early kind of is dollar negative, as it kind of undermines the Fed's credibility. That said, we did see a bit of a rally in treasuries overnight, although that has come back. And obviously that's on the back of he's obviously going to pick a dovish person and they're likely to cut rates right away. So we kind of saw a shift in the kind of, looking out to the Fed meetings on rate cuts for May, June, and July of next year. It looks like traders are betting that rate cuts will happen, sooner than later as soon as a new Fed chair comes in.
I mean, it's coming. This is what he wants. And it's just a matter of time. And again, it's probably just creates an underlying, doesn't probably create, it creates an underlying bid in bonds. But again, the bond market has challenged this in the past, right? And so it gets interesting to see what the long end does. Because remember, the Fed can't do much of anything for the long end.
Exactly.
I'm sure they'll find ways to do things, but I don't think they have much of an impact on it. So short end just remains probably bid and probably just sucks the volatility out of the short end. I don't trade it. I don't trade 2s, 5s, or even 10s, which you consider short end. It's not, but nonetheless, it's that's the story, right? I mean, platinum today up 4%. It's at 1,400. Silver's at 36.88, up 1.25%. Copper 3%. Gold is pretty much flat. I mean, it's up $5. That's nothing. Again, silver, platinum, fundamental stories. We talk about this every day. That's really where the action's at. I know we don't have a ton of people trading platinum. I mean, like I said, I've done only a handful of platinum trades in my life, and one of them was last month or this month. But it's just like, it's not the easiest market to trade, but it trends, man. This thing is just, I mean, it's why I was saying, like, don't fade it, just ride it.
When it goes, right?
Yeah.
And so, we have seen highs back in 07, 08 of $2,300. So it's, market, even though it is well overbought, still can have some room to run with fits and stops.
Yeah. And the one thing about when you use technical indicators, everybody, when you look at commodities, when you look at metals, energy, overbought is bullish because those markets will stay way overbought for way longer. It's not like you're looking at the S&P being like, oh, it's overbought. Very different when you look at technicals on an index. That's why people trade indexes more, because it's going to rotate. Hold on, time out. Rewind. No, we try to rotate, at least in indexes. Sometimes it does happen. But yeah, these markets are just much more fierce in their direction. Jimmy, I want to go to you. I want to talk about a hot topic. I know Leo put this tweet out the other day. Was it the other day? It was yesterday. Days just kind of blend. I don't know. Is it July yet?
Almost.
Back adjusted. Merge. What do I? Where am I with this? I mean, I have to claim my stance in this, and I'm going off of it because of what you say. And it's funny. It's one of those things where I've always gone. I've looked back. And I didn't even realize I had it, but I'm just using merge, not back adjusted. That's where I stand in this. Chat, let me know where you guys stand in this. Are you merge, back adjusted, non-merge, or merge, non-back adjusted? Jimmy, there's a lot there.
Yeah, there is. And this kind of, this debate always comes up when everyone's like, well, did we make a new all-time high when they're looking at the futures contracts? Because futures contracts expire. So with the desktop platform anyway in Ninja, you've got 3 different options. And I use the same one you do. I use, it's called merged non-back adjusted. So you can see, so they basically merge the September contract with the previous June contract with the previous March. So you have a continuous look, but the data is the data for those contracts. You could do it a different way. Also, you could just say non-back adjusted, but you'll just see that contract month, right? Or you could say adjusted, which kind of shifts prices at rollover to make it look like more like a seamless chart without gaps. So my preference is right now, well, it's always been my preference actually, is that non-merge, but back adjusted to get that extra contract month in there.
So, Chad, I'm really interested to see what you guys think about this because, Pax brought this up. We all know how Pax is with his commitment to whatever it is that he's looking at. His 30 seconds is the only opening range. That's it. When he looks at something, that's what I love about him, obviously, right? And I've been dealing with this with him for a long time. And it's funny, that's why he says he can't trust anyone else's technical analysis, which he's 100% spot on with this, because the way that you have to look at the market is the way that you look at the market. I mean, Again, we talk about this all the time, right? You could hear from me, Jimmy, Pax, everybody on this network. It still comes down to the way that you view things. I'm curious, do you guys use, in chat, let me know. So merge is you taking all of them and you're merging. It's obvious. Do you not merge it? Or do you merge back adjusted or merge non-back adjusted?
I always use non-back adjusted because I have, like Pax, levels that never go away, particularly in the crude market. And so if you back adjust it, then that throws your whole game off. So, my levels from, 5 years ago, 10 years ago are still on my chart. So, and those never change. So I'm like Pax that way.
Yeah. LGPA. It should be LPGA? LGPA. 60 says non-back adjusted. I know. And Witt goes, I need caffeine for this convo. I like Witt. You imagine coming in, Jimmy's coming in this morning with drinking non-caffeinated tea. I mean, what is going on? That's terrible.
In full disclosure,
it was funny. I was telling you.
In full disclosure, my NinjaTrader coffee cup wouldn't let me put anything in it without caffeine, so I had to use this other coffee cup anyway. So it even knows better.
Hey, see, it was funny because I was just in London and I went and had afternoon tea, and by myself, sitting there, I'm reading Twitter. What else? Um, and it's not like I'd read a book. God forbid I'd read something on paper. And I'm drinking. They give you this big tea pot. You drink it, and it's black tea, cream sugar, 2 lumps for me, the good sugar, not the white one. I drink that's like nothing. Yeah, I'll have another one. You have another one? Yeah, I'll have another one. It's like I can drink so much caffeine. I swear, I doesn't even. I'm like, I mean, I might bounce a little, but I mean, come on, man. I really want to hear from you guys today, though, in chat. Back adjusted, non-back adjusted, merge or not. I know it is early for me to call on you guys for that, but let's get to the data today, Shai. We've got a lot of it.
We've got a lot of data today. So at 8:30, we have a barrage of data. We've got obviously initial claims and continuing claims. Then we have core PCE prices, durable goods, GDP, real consumer spending, and retail inventories. At 10, we have pending home sales. 10:30, of course, natural gas. And at 11, Kansas City Fed manufacturing. Now, on top of that, we didn't have enough room to add the Fed speakers today on this note. So we've got Belkin, Barr, and Kashkari today.
Yeah, all fighting for the top spot. They're all going to talk dovish. It's such a joke. Initial claims, core PCE, durable goods, GDP, real consumer spending, retail inventories, pending home sales, natty gas numbers, KC Fed. Going to be a busy day, I think, today.
Yeah, we've got a lot of data, especially in that at 8:30
now
hour.
When we look at these, Shai, which ones we got Fed speak later? Like, I mean, let's talk Fed first. What's the one they're going to be looking at the most?
So they're looking at the labor market, period, end of story. So it's going to be initial claims and continuing claims. Of course, I think obviously. Real consumer spending will be also notable. We'll see if we are seeing any kind of pullback in that spending. GDP, price index, I don't think that's going to be a big one. So I think the big ones you're going to want to watch is core PCE, initial claims, continuing claims, and real consumer spending.
Jeez. Good. I mean, look, I think I'm glad to see. I think equities need a spark. Hard to see that there'd be any bearish news coming out of this. It's so crazy. They take everything and run with it higher. But who knows? Maybe that's not the case today. But nonetheless, it's we'll be watching and we'll be reporting. We'll have a guest on at that time. Who will be our guest today?
We have Michael Belkin of the Belkin Report. I've actually been on a couple of podcasts with him before. He's fantastic. He covers all markets. He has kind of cycles or his models on what's bearish, what's bullish. So we're going to talk to him about what he is seeing, across all of these markets: gold, precious metals, indices, everything. He covers literally everything: bonds, rates. So,
got it. Jimmy, I know we're going to you in just a minute here for the Edge Report, but I'm going to stay with you now until then. Overnight, again, we know metals are the story. What else comes out to you as any stories looking at the market?
Well, I mean, the 30-year bonds, again, they're just creeping up, grinding upward again. I mean, we're tracking almost a 115 handle right now. Bouncing off those lows. I have a weekly chart up on the screen right now, but we'll see what happens. I mean, we have 92 trillion in rollover debts for calendar year 2025, with another 1.9 trillion in new issuances just to cover the 2025 deficit. So this is going to be put to the test. I know this is the long end of the curve, but how many treasury bills could you really issue, right? So we'll see how that all affect, what kind of demand is there, and if money is going to flow into the continue to flow into the long end throughout the rest of the calendar year, or it's going to do what it's doing, pop into gold, silver, platinum, some of the other Bitcoin, some of the other investments. So we'll see though. It's an interesting grind up though for the last several weeks.
Yeah, and again, Shai, the story of the morning is the weakness in the dollar.
absolutely.
And, what does that mean across the board? And we're seeing those markets with the most reaction. Equities muted this morning a little bit. I mean, NASDAQ's up 0.5%. That's not nothing. But nonetheless, we're going to talk about that with Michael. But before we get Michael in here, It's about that time. Take it away, Jimmy, for this morning's Edge Report.
All right, let's complete the conversation on the 30-year Treasury bonds. This morning, as of a couple of minutes ago, cash yields were below that 5% at 4.824%. Now, we're trading above a longer anchored VWAP right now for the third day in a row. This is a daily chart right now. Moving averages are all kind of arcing up right now. Even the 50 is starting to kind of creep up a little bit. We have a nice crossover to the 8 over the 50 EMA. So the trend is up. The trend is up. I mean, from a longer term point of view, we got a long way to go. But again, stochastics are, overbought at 80. And as Deli just said, that's, could stay overbought for a long period of time. Intraday, we do have some targets here. Let's take a peek at those really quickly here. We have on the upside, we have that Menthor Q call resistance level at 115 even. Above that, we have R1, a little bit higher than that at 115.03. And then that 1-day max at 15.12. Going a little further up, Jacks 4 at 115, 16, 30 seconds. For the bears, we have that pivot. Love the pivots. That's at 114, spot 18. Jacks 2, 114 and 16, 30 seconds. And then, down there, we got a long way to go to get to S1. That's at 114.04. So some pretty nice targets there, or at least areas of interest that I would consider on the 30-year Treasury bond today. Let's just shoot over to the Euro FX. This is kind of a proxy for the U.S. dollar, but this is a major currency pair. They're great futures markets to trade. And you can see on the daily chart, this has been a really nice kind of even-handed rally, steady rally. Yeah, we had a couple of periods of consolidation now and then, a little minor retracement. But pretty much ever since the beginning of May, we've been moving to the upside. Today, again, we're just breaking new ground a little bit. And you can go back in time and just to kind of see, well, when's the last time we've been this high? It's been a long period of time, right? Wow, what are we talking here? We're talking September of 2021. So dollar is in the denominator here. So remember, dollar's weak versus the euro FX. Intraday, again, a lot of great targets here for day traders to consider right now. Point of control is relatively dominant right now at 1.1758. On the downside, we're pretty close to this call resistance level, although we traded through it a couple of times today. A little bit lower, Jacks 1, that big gamma level there is 1.1725. Below that, we have a pivot and 0DT put support around the same level, 1.170. Double area of interest down there for the bears. And you can see the stochastics on the intraday as pointing down. I use an 8. I have an 8 period there instead of a 14 for the daily. Upside, we kind of wicked through that Jacks 4. So far, that's been the high, and that happened right after the London initial balance actually was over. And so, but that was a rejection candle right there. Sellers came back down, pushed us back down, and that started the sell-off. So we'll see. So Jacks 4 would be a target if we try to test that again at 1.18. So that's the story of the U.S. dollar, just looking at it through this lens of the Euro FX. Let's shoot over to the E-mini S&P really quickly here. And, this is, again, the gift that keeps on giving. We're just, moving, grinding up higher again today. This area of resistance, forget about it. Now it's support. That's a 60, 98 on my daily chart. Moving averages are sloping up nicely. And again, we're overbought on the stochastics on the daily. Intraday, though, we have some great targets as well. Let me get this situated a little bit higher here. We do have kind of a capital P-shaped volume profile so far. It's very immature, the profile. This is relatively low volume still. We only have 84,000 contracts traded so far in the Globex session. So, we're not going to win any volume awards so far today, and probably not all day. But we have separation above that session VWAP, and that separation is pretty significant right now. So this is a pretty strong look so far this morning. For the bulls, we do have some really good targets here. R2 is just right next to that 0 DTE call resistance and 0 DTE gamma wall, and that's approximately 6175 level. So and there's two areas of interest there, which pretty good. And there's a mental Q blind spot one right above there. So really three areas of interest right around that 6175-ish area. Above that, there's a lot of open space until you get to that 6200 level, which is called resistance. And then that R3 one-day max, if we get another big pop up, 6205 on the upside. So those are some pretty nice targets. On the downside, we've already gone through Jax 4. We've already broke through Jax 1, which is down to 6150. Pivot is way down here. This is 6145.75, a break below that. And we could have a down day, but right now it's not looking that way. And finally, S1, previous session's lowest, 6131. So some really nice targets here in the E-mini and the S&P as well. Areas of interest, I'd call them. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. And we are now joined by Michael Belkin, editor of the Belkin Report and Belkin Gold and Stock Forecast. Michael, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So this morning we talked about weakness in the dollar. We've already talked about how that has continued the rally in gold, silver, especially platinum. Bond markets seem to continue to have a bid because President Trump talking about getting rid of Powell a little bit early. And we all know what that means. He just wants rates cut sooner than later. But I'm going to shift a little bit because I know you have some strong thoughts about the equities market. So we know that that's the primary news. But what do you think that means, has any implications, or gives what your forecast would be for the U.S. equity market?
Okay, so what I do, I studied statistics and econometrics at UC Berkeley. Then I was in proprietary trading at Solomon Brothers. I developed this forecasting model that looks forward. It's based on time series analysis, sort of a cyclical thing. It's unique. I don't think it's like anything that anybody else does. So the model does, it gives three things: direction, position, and intensity. Direction, up, down, or neutral; position, beginning, middle, end; and intensity or confidence interval. So that's in using different periodicities, and the confidence interval sets up strongly at different times and different periodicities. Long story short, it's a long-term top in the equity market everywhere for me. So to me, this is a crazy bubble, and it's like the last flames of things rolling over. Even though here the Nasdaq's at a new high. Just let me show you the Dow Jones index topped December 4th. What's that? Like almost 7 months ago. It's down about 4% from there. The Euro Stocks index, which you got to buy Europe. Oh, remember that one? Europe, buy Europe, buy Europe. May 21st looks like it was the peak there. That's what, a month ago. It's down 4%. So we're having this kind of rolling top, and everybody's getting really bullish at the top. So for instance, the National Association of Active Investment Managers, NAAIM, they just had the highest reading of the year at 94.09. That was the previous in February. At the previous February top, which we're about back to in most indexes, it was only 91. So basically what's happened is, I'm a big student of sentiment as well as this forecasting. And so everybody's really like, bubbly bullish up here at the top. They were bearish at the bottom. Of course, the NAIM was down. It was 20 points or something below this. So everybody's getting bullish at the top. I think it's a major long-term top. The market keeps getting knocked around by tweets, by you-know-who. And to me, it looks like, intentional manipulation. But, manipulation ends badly. I've learned that. I've been doing this Belkin Report for 33 years now. And, when I see people manipulate the market, generally it ends in tears. So it looks like a major long-term top. I'd be selling into rallies, but there are things to buy.
So I want to ask you a question. Doing this for 33 years, have you ever come across a time where you've seen something similar to this? That's when you come in and say that you're bearish markets. Has there been anything in your history that has signaled something similar to now?
Yes, very similar to the 2007 market top before the credit crisis. I remember, again, so what I'm looking at a forward forecast. So it's very clear to me, direction, position, intensity. And then so the action on the tape, what you guys are talking about, short-term trading, that can be in, major conflict with the long-term trend at a top. So I remember the same thing happened in 2007, also 2000 tech bubble top. So to me, this is a similar time, similar market top in cyclical terms, everybody getting really bullish at the top right before it rolls over. And I remember being frustrated. Also, the Japanese stock market top, we got that one right at Solomon Brothers. I was in prop trading at that time, and came in at the end of 1989. The Nikkei was, up in the clouds, and Tokyo real estate was going through to the moon forever. Everybody was super bullish, and it began to roll over, and people kept buying it. So bounce, 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 then stair step down. Everybody buys the bounce, and then they get killed because it goes lower. So I say that those three times this reminds me of in sentiment terms: the Nikkei top 1989. The tech bubble top in March 2000, and the 2007 credit bubble peak. Yeah, those three times, very similar.
And then I know that you have been bullish on the metals markets for quite a while. Are you, we have since rallied. I mean, I think it was over a year ago when I was on with you with Tony, and you were bullish then. Are you still bullish at these levels in the metals market?
Yeah, absolutely. So just to put things in perspective, so right now, the S&P is up 4% this year at this peak. It's back around the February peak. Gold is up 27% year to date. The GDX gold stock ETF is up 53% year to date. And there have been nonstop outflows from gold stock ETFs and equity funds. So there's been this amazing rally. Gold stocks have been the best performing group by a mile of anything, and nobody gives a hoot, So it's kind of been a stealth rally. So of course, let's get back to gold. So what is happening in gold? The World Gold Council survey just showed a record 95% of central banks expect their holdings to increase over the next 12 months. That's the highest level ever. The ECB, European Central Bank, just announced that gold has become the largest central bank reserve asset, ahead of the euro. So at 20%, the euro is 16%, and the dollar. So the dollar, what's happening out there, there's a big structural shift. Central banks are dumping dollars because of lack of confidence in what's going on in the US, and among other things. But and what are they buying? They are buying gold, and it's been relentless. Try to pick a point. I was looking right before I came on at gold, and try to pick a point where there's been a sell-off that it's gone up from. It's just been relentless. It just keeps going from the bottom left to the top right. So central banks are buying the dips in gold. And let me just say, the gold with the GDX up 53%, gold is what the gold stocks, mining companies, make their profits and revenues from, right? So there's been nonstop outflows, even though the Bank of America Fund Managers Survey says that gold is the most crowded trade. Those folks don't own any gold. Okay, they probably own a lot of TMT, Mag 7 stocks, et cetera. They don't own physical gold. And they certainly don't own gold stocks because there's been nonstop outflows from gold stocks. So there's been this stealth rally. The best performing group is still my favorite, gold stocks. And I do a gold stock report. So the GDX is one thing. It's heavily weighted towards Newmont and Barrick because they're the largest cap stocks. There's a whole universe of gold stocks and silver stocks, by the way, that hardly anybody follows. There's just a few brokers in Canada. And so there's it's an inefficient market. There's a real opportunity for stock picking, and nobody in the institutional land, as far as I can see, is on this trade. It's just too small. It doesn't move the needle for them, blah, blah, blah. Gold is overcrowded. That's the consensus out there. So huge opportunity within gold's going to keep going. The central banks are buying the dips. And the mining companies have started a rally, and direction, position, intensity is up.
Michael, we're going to have a slew of data coming out here, and Shai is going to report on all of that data. And it's funny, I follow COT data, and we've got one of the best in the business on our network that follows COT data just to look at, crowded trades. Gold is nowhere near a crowded trade to the long side. If anything, you've got commercials short 238,000. You've got large specs long 200,000 when you look at the gold futures markets, which is nowhere near even the max I've seen just over the last 12 months. I mean, you go back to September of 24 and they were long 300,000, and look at how much more gold has rallied since. And so it's definitely not a crowded trade, but we're going to get this data coming out here, I think, just any moment now. Shai, report on what you think the top tier data is first.
I'll report on what's popping up first.
Got it.
Real consumer spending, 0.5%, expected 1.2%. Obviously, that is a big one. Jobless claims survey was 243,000, came in lower than expected at 236, and continuing claims a tad higher at 1.974 million versus 1.950 million expected. So less claims, but higher continuing claims. Probably evens out in the wash there. PCE prices 3.7%, expected 3.6%.
Man, for all that data, the market's barely moved. I mean, the bond market downticked ever so slightly. Gold has downticked ever so slightly. Equities really non-event. I mean, after all that data, Shai. So nothing. Does anything stick out to you for this?
No. I mean,
everything's pretty much in line.
It's pretty much in line by exactly. So
okay.
We're not seeing weakness anywhere. Maybe a little, actually personal consumption is up versus, or actually it's down a little bit. So we're seeing a little bit of weakness in the retail consumer, but the labor market is still,
which is what the Fed will be looking at. Yeah. So
exactly.
There we go. All right, Michael, we'll go back to you. I want to continue this conversation. We've only got you for a few minutes left. Go ahead.
I want to ask your thoughts, obviously, on the energy market. And so what are you seeing? Obviously, we had a big rally. We have pulled back. We are still higher than, before we had that kind of disruption, geopolitical disruption. But what are your thoughts on the energy market here?
Okay, bullish. So my model turned long energy, long crude oil and energy stocks on May 19th. So a lot of what I do in the Belkin report is try to isolate these turning points. And it's never precise to the day. Sometimes it is, but generally, is this a major turning point or not? So yeah, when oil was $61 a barrel back in early May, model turned bullish. It's direction, position, intensity. It kind of gives you innings, like what inning are we in this game of oil rally? It looks like second or third inning, still bullish, looking up. Energy stocks, which have the worst sentiment. If you look at 12-month flows into oil, into different sectors of the market, energy is at the absolute bottom. Fund managers hate them. So that's what you want in an asset. Sir John Templeton said the time to buy is at the point of maximum pessimism, and the time to sell is at the point of maximum optimism. So I've got the overall stock market, NASDAQ, Mag 7, all that stuff, absolute maximum optimism. Obviously, oil stocks, pessimism. They don't want to touch them with a 10-foot pole. Hedge funds hate them. So bad. So I like energy, and so again, we have manipulation. So you turn around you turn on your screen in the morning, some different headline out of the Mideast, some different tweet from POTUS. So, and that's what's been that's what's knocked the market down. A couple of days ago, he said, "Don't buy oil stocks. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're helping the enemy." Remember that one? That was early this week. So those to me, that kind of stuff is noise. I'm looking at a forecast of what the market is looking for an excuse to do. It's sort of built in, it's baked in the cake. The market's going to do what it's going to do, despite tweets and manipulation and what, that can certainly affect the short term. For a short-term trader, we obviously had a big pullback in oil, but I would be buying this dip. Simple as that. I like energy. geopolitical. I don't think, he snapped his fingers. I don't think everything's, rosy in the Middle East all of a sudden and all our problems are over and, da, 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 da. That's the spin. I don't think so. So I like energy. I think you buy this dip. Energy stocks, or energy, oil and gas production, and even energy service stocks. And oh, by the way, so there's ETF, AMLP, multi-limited partnerships. This thing has an 8% dividend yield. I think it's a screaming buy right here. You got capital appreciation potential and an 8% dividend yield.
Well, we're going to leave on that note. Going to be jotting that one down to add to the portfolio. Everyone and chat, go and follow Michael on Twitter. Check out what he's doing, again, with the Belkin Report, Belkin Gold Stock Forecast. Michael, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on the network today. Great hearing your insights, your forecast. Thank you so much for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with him. I mean, I agree. Like, I'm actually eyeing oil. I've been, again, platinum's just a trade. It's just been so hard to get in because it's so hard to manage risk in that market. It's like, I mean, your just stops are so wide on it. But that's what happens when you get parabolic moves, though. I mean, glad to have caught a piece of it. But I agree, like oil, for me, it's hated. I also see so many people on Twitter. Twitter, it's interesting with oil because there's always this balance of like, you have just the endless bulls of oil.
and then the endless bears.
And then you have the endless bears. There's enough supply. There's way too much demand. Or it's funny to me, and it's interesting. I think when you look at Michael's points, I think similar to that, right? I think in similar context, like what happening with oil is like the president saying, you know what, you don't want to be buying these, and so on and so forth. I look at that and go, well, I mean, he's been right about everything, so you don't want to fade him. Let's time out. But when it comes to oil, it gets interesting. Like you said, below $65. And it's funny, you could almost feel it like the price action here. Like when it gets below 65,
it gets bid.
It gets a little choppy bid. And it's like, again, I want to buy it as the momentum's going up. I'll be talking about this with Pharm today. If we get above 65.80, that's the trade I'm eyeing in gold. I think we go back just below 70. Not that big of a move, but I think that's realistic. But any other final thoughts on Michael before we go today on the data as well?
No, Michael's great. So I think his insights are, really fantastic. I love that he said he likes energy stocks, of course. Follow him on Twitter. He posts some great stuff. It's sporadic though, but.
He doesn't look like an everyday tweeter.
He's not. Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, great. All right, Shai. We'll be we'll be watching what you put in chat for the rest of the day. A lot of data, still more data to come out, and also any potential headlines. Check out what Shai's got in the chat. Thank you, Shai.
Thank you.
All right. Let's bring in Mr. Pharm. Pharm, good morning.
Good morning, buddy. How are we doing?
Doing good. Data comes out. We saw it. Not a lot of movement across the board with a lot of data. Was hoping that would be a spark. I know we still have some more data to come out at 10 a.m. Eastern. We've got Fed speak all over the place again. We all know they're going to be continuing to talk dovish just because President Trump wants it, and you see what he's doing. They're all looking for the big job, man. They're all looking to get in. I mean, the only way you're going to get in that top spot is you better be saying you're cutting rates. Otherwise, you're done. But when I look at the markets for today, obviously what comes out to me is the metals, weakness in the dollar, and equity rally still continues to grind up. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, you said not a lot of movement on data. Isn't 13 handles a level 1 breaker right now?
Is it? Yeah.
I think they tripped the breakers at 13 handles. We can't have that. But the dollar's interesting here because, I mean, if you're a foreign investor investing in U.S. assets, it's been kind of a weird year, right? Where, the first part of the year, just horrible performance. And like now with U.S. equities at all-time highs, if you think the dollar's going lower, I don't know. It's kind of hard to put the money in over here. That said, if dollar finds its feet, then it's not as bad. But definitely interested to see what the dollar does. It's at a huge spot for me, like basically today's low. I mean, that holds or just kind of falls out of bed here. So I'll be interested to see what happens. But I mean, you're right. It's like out of nowhere, it seemed like the Fed just came out and they're just doves all of a sudden after Jay Powell was kind of hawkish.
Yeah.
Was it last week, I guess? So we'll
Exactly.
see.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a look. Let's jump into the charts. I'm going to start off today with some COT data in crude oil, and talking about coming off of Michael Belkin. Interesting that you always every time I hear other people talk about positioning, I feel like I should be talking about it more here because I do take a look at it. And when you look at it, crude oil not really crowded much at all, but you do see what's interesting. I noticed this morning when I was coming and looking at it. Commercials now are the most short they've been in some time in crude. Commercials are short 260,000. It's the most short they've been crude oil in some time. Large specs are long 231. Longest they've been in a little bit of time as well, but to see that big amount of selling come in there, I thought that was kind of interesting. And you see the non-reportings continue to, they're always almost on the buy side in crude. They're very seldom on the short side. Almost, never do I see them on the short side, which is kind of strange to think about that. But when you look at it, so commercials getting the most short they've been and it's, I found it to be interesting because, and it's in a world where, and I know that there's, again, I'm not going to get into this dispute with these fundamental people who are like, oh, there's tons of inventory, there's this, there's that, but in a world where you would still think for now crude oil is going to have somewhat of a bid. I mean, geopolitical tensions, certain things like that, you expect that to have more of a heavier side to the buy side. That's not the case. It's a little interesting. So it just tells me again that, not to say that it's crowded, but a little squeezy rally off some lows could happen. I like to buy weakness in crude. 65.80 was my line yesterday. I talked about this. Man, it's interesting. Sometimes, here's where discretion comes in with me more than anything. I get a buy set up here and I watch it. I mean, this is at 3 a.m. when it originally came in. By the time I got to my screens, I was like, man, it just does not hold my level. One thing that I look at is always the reactions when they get to their levels. I never want to be the first in. I am actually so much I've become so much better at becoming a trader who comes in a little bit later than a little bit early. And I know that's so hard for traders to do, but especially when you get into a wider time frame like I'm in, it's like I'd rather have moves underway than be fighting a move that I have to hold for hours or days that eventually starts working. It's an interesting concept because, when I went from a short-term trader, the minute I'd hit a level, I'd be in at least 20%. But when I had to move outside of that and get to a swing trader, which I think is actually probably better for a lot of people, is just trade smaller and widen it out a little bit, you don't need to be in a hurry as much. I really like crude above 65.80 to back to 69.70. That's my target. But boy, is it just saying, man, it's the Rodney Dangerfield. It's not getting any respect. And so when I look at it, it's like, man, it just can't hold it. Again, today, try to rally, can't. So this is one of those times where it's like if I start to see it going, it gets up and something were to happen, I'd be a buyer above 65.80. I'd use the recent swing low, the closest swing low as a stop, and target would be 69.70. Typically, the way I'm looking at it, the way it's been rotating, I'd probably have $1.25-ish of stop for potential to make $4. I know everyone looks at R, so it'd be 3-4 to 1, but that's what I'm looking at in crude oil. That's the only trade really right now setting up for me on my stuff, but I'll continue to talk about it and I wait. It's like I want to get in it, but it's not ready yet. And if it starts to work, I'll be ready. I want to let's go back to the daily here, and I want to take a look at platinum. I just want to talk about it because obviously, again, this is one of those things where this market's gone parabolic. It has for the most part been. I mean, it's up 50% in the last 3 months. I mean, think about that. It's crazy. And so when you look at this, anytime you see a market, and all I'm really trying to help everyone here is like 8-day moving average can't get below it. Top Bollinger Band is going straight up. That means volatility, we're still in expansion range. This market does not look like it's done yet. It will start to look like it's done to me when I start to see the top Bollinger coming in. What is interesting is that we've capitulated on the RSI way back here. Now the RSI can't get as overbought as it was. I start to see that divergence there, and I look at this and say, if the top Bollinger Band starts to come back in, I actually think platinum could be a short, because let's face it, at some point it will be a rotation. I think that's something I'll be watching for in the coming weeks. They have to be, again, I'd rather be late to that trade than early. Right now, it's just not. It's on my radar, but it's not in sight to happen. But I think it is setting up. Again, with gold, when I look at gold consolidation up near the highs, you've got silver and platinum playing catch up. Two-way tape. I actually, again, really like this market for day traders. I think there's a lot of rotation in gold. I think when you go into gold right now, I think you could, it's funny. We see a lot of people that trade NASDAQ, trade gold. I get it, especially in the volatility in gold. I think you could use similar indicators for it. Look for a two-way tape. It's just a busy market. I mean, I think you can go in there and just trade this thing. I would obviously favor the long side a little bit more because the primary trend is up. But in the short term, I think it's a good two-way tape for traders. When we get into equities today, let's go to NASDAQ first. NASDAQ getting pulled up. Again, I think NASDAQ, I talked about this yesterday. I think NASDAQ's heading to roughly 23,000. And I think that's right about where I start to see some resistance come in. What I look for, and this is something interesting that I keep an eye on. I look for when a market has a strong move off a low. Okay? And then you look to see where the top Bollinger Band gets flat and starts to come back inward. I also noticed at that time that the RSI peaked. Okay, so I look at this and I say this was a time where volatility looked like the market could have just kept going up and up and up, and then it stopped, and that's where that Bollinger Band peak was. That's the area where the market stopped progressing with the expansion of volatility with the Bollinger Bands, and it started to come back inward. So I look at this as what I consider, again, unfinished business. I've talked about this a lot. It's just below 23,000 in the NASDAQ. When it gets up there, I think the NASDAQ is going to start looking for some resistance. I think that this is where we start to slow down. I eventually will then start to look for shorts potentially in NASDAQ. If it gets up there, I like this divergence with RSI. I like this as a target. Until then, I think it keeps going up. Again, I'd rather be in late than early. No reason to sell this market yet. I think it has to reach that objective. S&P, same thing. 6250 is another area I look at. I think that's where it's headed. Again, similar to NASDAQ, I think this is until I see this test. I see no reason for this market to stop. It's nearly another 100 points from here. If it pushes above there, it gets into these old peaks, which would be 6307 and then 6490. Anything's possible, but the first peak would be here, and I'd watch to see what Bollinger Bands do. That's what I'm eyeing right now, Pharm, across the spectrum. I think that, I think the summer actually is going to have some real opportunity for some rotations. I think that these moves right now are underway, and you don't want to get in front of them, but I'm starting to see where we're getting close to where they could be tapping out. Let's see what you've got looking inside the candles on the dailies.
Yeah, crude is interesting to me. I'll mention it's a situation where, like you said, inventories aside, definitely don't want to get into that. But I mean, if you're expecting the Fed to cut into a resilient economy and you're bearish crude, I don't know, explain that to me. So, and you get, we mentioned yesterday, you get, the kind of the war premium and then the ceasefire discount in crude and gold. And I feel like that's where we're at now. So, I mean, unless you're really expecting a material weakening in the economy, it's hard for me to be short crude down in the kind of low to mid 60s, right? Equities obviously don't think there's a material slowdown coming. So it'll be interesting to watch. I think energy remains an opportunity. I do still have some energy stock exposure and probably will be adding back at some point in the near future. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, equities, right? Classic summer. I used to call these days the black candle walk-ups because I used to have my candles in black if we opened above the prior day's high and then, closed below the open for that day, right? So the candle's red or whatever, but it went higher. So I'd make them black. And it feels like that's what we're doing, right? I mean, yesterday we got the gap up, it was sold. It was this grinding sell. And I think it's funny because, I usually get the rap of being a bear, and all of my bull friends yesterday were just shorting it all day yesterday. And I wasn't. It was kind of funny at the open and the Discord. Breath was just horrible. And we rallied, at that opened. And, I said, dear 8-pound, 6-ounce baby Jesus, grant me the strength to not fade this, because that was my plan, was to just be patient and waiting for dips. Of course, we dumped immediately, and everybody's like, I can't believe Pharm's missing this. And I was really just looking for that long down in the 27 to 32 spot. And it took all day. And of course, I was out driving around and had to slap it from my phone with pretty bad entry. But it's just, I think you'll probably see more of that. I think you'll see more of this float up overnight, profit taking at the open, kind of gross choppy days where you have to be super selective. But dips are very, very clearly favored. Like you could be short yesterday. Obviously, it was down most of the day, but God, it was a grind. And I like my trades like I like my women, which is fast and easy, right? So I just didn't want to short that. And today's probably the same thing. But we are into all-time highs here, depending on what day you rolled. In December for March contract, I believe, coming into 2025, you may have all-time highs at 61.66 half, or I want to say it was 61.78 and 3/4. I have it as 61.66 half, but again, I changed contracts on like a Tuesday or whatever. I want to say it was 78 and 3/4. You've got the SPX all-time high, at 61.45. So on ES, that would be right around 61.98 ish. Give or take. And I've said the last couple of days, I'm not like a double top trader where I'm looking to, see some double. In the case of ES, this would be like a sextuple top, I think, here up in the 6160s. But you generally like to see a completed move. NASDAQ, the QQQ, finally made a new all-time high, as did NQ yesterday. Here we are again. So we had 2 days in a row where NQ put in a decent high with some excess on it, and then just float up overnight anyways. And so that's the importance of, understanding that, like, just because you put in, an excess high intraday, doesn't mean that you can't go higher. But it may potentially mean that buyers are just a bit fatigued into the highs and taking profits. But it's not going to be a short until, bare minimum take out a prior day's low and find some traction below. We just have bull gap after bull gap after bull gap. So, shorts are unlikely to bear too much fruit. I would love to open up volatility. I prefer trading the short side, but we're just not there yet. But, I remain, super cautious on rips. It's not going to surprise me if we see like some kind of failed opening drive higher today again that ends up grinding lower and chopping people up. But that's kind of generally the market environment I see. So it's really, really important to just be patient and selective on those trades. 1 a day, 2 a day max.
Yeah, I mean, that area up there, the 71 to 78.75, talk to me about that. We get up in there this morning. We've continued to stay below it, as I see on your chart. Does that start to look for a short scenario for you, or what does that look like? Let's talk about when we get into the open this morning. Let's just say that we get up in there.
Yeah, I mean, this type of area, on a weekly basis, I actually am short non-runners, but truly only because after I say I wasn't short all day yesterday, I'm short on runners here today. I mean, this got extended to, and I normally don't keep standard deviation bands on my intraday chart, like most days I don't, but this got so far extended from the overnight VWAP, it was at 2 standard deviations above. And so like if I come into a level like this and I come into it extremely extended and identify a sell response, that I'm willing to take a shot. And especially with the fact that I think Jim mentioned earlier, that you've got a bit of a P-shaped profile coming in here. It definitely looks to me, I don't see this as a P. I mean, it clearly is structurally, but I don't know that it didn't behave like a P. I think this is more of a function of the fact that the Europe session sat up here and it has more volume, but it does render it susceptible to potentially breaking down and coming back down in here into like, 48.5 to 50. I know that's like level 3 breakers, but it does have that potential. So, if we come back up here again during cash, then I think you want this high taken out. I think you want to play it as like a look above and fail of the overnight high. And if you want to take it short, you're probably looking for 60, which was yesterday's high. Like that to me is your potential rotational trade here. You know, profits locked if you're short. To me, they're still rentals until proven otherwise. So, you know, if I'm short, you know, I'm taking a bunch off, like if I get some dump like we did. And then if you want to hold some runners, that's fine. But to me, at cash, that's probably the only way that I would consider taking that trade is if we pop these highs on some good volume with some nice excess and then see that get rejected strongly. And then I'm looking for a rotation back. Maybe I can get 10, which would be like on the short side. I mean, this is like a gift, I guess, to be honest. So, you know, that's about the only way that I'm looking to short this is price gets extremely extended to the upside. We've continued to see new highs get sold into, again, just profit taking so far. And then we just, you know, sometimes we grind like yesterday, we grinded a bit lower and then dip gets bought. So that's really the only way I'm looking to take any kind of a short, like trying to trade a lower high short has been really, really difficult and just not very fruitful. So that's like generally how I might take a short in this situation and how I did here. Again, you could slap VWAP bands on an intraday chart. Like when your overnight session gets to like 2 or 3 standard deviations above VWAP, I mean, it's probably a little bit extended, and at least a good time to take off some profit.
So initial support this morning is going to be 50 to 48 half. Is that where you look for longs?
Yeah,
on
yeah,
those tests?
yeah, and it's not like a major support necessarily, but you can see, you know, if you kind of zoom back to, you know, the overnight session and yesterday. So we basically had yesterday's initial balance low was in this area, kind of a minor low volume node. All the volume ended up getting put in yesterday below there, volume point of control. So, you know, these people that were short yesterday are now, you know, potentially trapped. And similarly, we had some consolidation below, a little bit of a battle for it. This was the seller's chance last night was to offer this 48 to 50 and then take it down into like 36, 38. They would have had to then cap 61.45, which is roughly week to date VPOC, and take this into yesterday's low. That was their shot. You can see that they kind of took a crack at it, and now it's just more trapped inventory below that spot. So I would definitely look for that to be reactive. I think you could potentially look into like this 53 3/4, 55 areas. That was the spike and high of what day are we on? I guess that was Tuesday. If you just kind of look left, this kind of spike area. Maybe that's reactive, but we need to see how much puke this overnight volume has if you get some kind of a sell-off. So like I'm never taking a long on a rip here. I'm almost never taking a lower high short necessarily, unless we see something, you know, come in new. We've talked about this for months, actually. Like, you know, when you're in a bullish trend and you're contemplating the possibility of a trend change, you want to look for a few things. Can sellers take out the overnight low? We did that yesterday on ES. NQ was like a almost perfect double tap, the overnight low. You know, can sellers break the IB low with continuation? Well, they did yesterday on both. Obviously didn't work out very well for them today if they held. And, you know, can you take out a prior day's low and see continuation? We're not close to that. So it was a little mixed yesterday, and it made me a little bit more willing to consider fishing for shorts today. But the only way I'm shorting strength is just on some wildly extended move where we're, you know, obviously seeing a sell response and a fatigue, and I've got some kind of like a clear distribution I can work against to manage risk and have clear take profit targets. So it's about the only way I'm looking short. If we do come in and take out the overnight low again, this 36-38 spot is pretty key. We ended up having an excess low yesterday after all, you know, the grind lower. I posted the meme on X, like I had 38 to 39 basically for yesterday, and then, you know, kind of 30 to 32 in this weekly 27 to 32 spot. And it was the Scooby-Doo meme, right? Like, let's see what's behind this, you know, persistent bid at 38. And it was like, oh, the 30 bid, right? So I still think this could bid again here, 36 to 38. And like we could even come all the way down and sweep yesterday's low and reclaim it. Like it's still a great long. I would have preferred to trade lower first, and maybe sweep out yesterday's low, bring the daily to balance just to give me a long trade because I was looking for a long trade. I would have liked that get it like a 3-day balance, and then look to long that back up. But here we are trading up near their highs. We'll see how the open goes. I'll be watching breadth, which I normally don't do, but in certain gap up situations where price is a bit extended, I'll monitor how breadth is responding. It didn't end the day horrific yesterday, but the open was it was bad. It was like buy NVIDIA and sell everything else. And that to me just leaves me a little bit skeptical. And again, I still didn't short it yesterday. But we'll see about today.
Yep. All right, Pharm. Thank you so much. Every morning we do this. I love seeing what you're looking at inside the day, and I appreciate you sharing with our audience everything that you're doing. Remember, follow Pharm on Twitter. Check out what he's doing with his Substack. Pharm, today is Thursday. It's your Friday. I will see you Monday. Have a great day, my brother.
We'll see you Monday.
All right. Let's go to Tanya. Tanya, Queens, New York. We know you're from there. Good morning. How you doing? It's a cool hat.
Yeah, Queens get the money. Let's go. If you know, you know. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. It's our Friday, as you like to say.
Yeah, it's kind of been in my whole career. Thursday's kind of been my Friday.
That's fun.
Yeah, I've never been a super busy Friday guy.
Yeah.
And then when unemployment used to be really great to trade, I used to trade that, but that's kind of gone away. But yeah, it's nice to have Thursday as a Friday. It's one of the perks of being a trader. You kind of call your own schedule.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. When I was golfing with some other girls on Monday, they asked, "Oh, like, do you get summer Fridays?" And I was like, "What's that?" And then they were like, "Oh, it's when you your company lets you take a half day on Friday and you finish at 2 p.m. or something." And I'm like, I'll finish at 11 a.m. on Fridays or 12 if I want to. So
yeah,
yeah,
you wake
that's the
up,
perk of being a
take a
trader,
look at the
time freedom's
markets.
best. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was going to go into the poll right away this morning. Again, I saw that we were gapping up. Yesterday, I thought was going to bring in some more disbelievers today when I look at the poll. Again, we get great people, great that many people vote every day in this poll. 50% bullish again today, 24% bearish, 26% neutral. And that's Tanya, it's almost like you could write this up as what we see almost every day, you and I. Isn't it interesting? Besides yesterday, I think yesterday was the 60-something percent.
Yeah, yesterday was 62% bullish or something, and I think the day before as well. And same as Pharm, I wasn't really looking for shorts yesterday. I was thinking maybe a third day up to the upside, a large day is totally possible. So, and I think I took a really similar trade to Kane. Actually, I looked back later and I was like, oh, I think we took the same trade and we both got stopped at break even on the longs. And today is not really much different, I don't think. I think that we're probably slowly grinding up, I think Nasdaq's probably going to end up getting back to 22,700s, 750s in the future, and ES for 66 to 79. If I go on the 4-hour though, we just swept the previous 4-hour high, and also we're above previous day high. I think I'll definitely be marking out that previous day high today to see. It is just so hard to short this market, but these are the kinds of things I'll be looking for. Definitely is I look at, can we hold above previous day high, and if not, then a lot of times if there's a gap below, you can probably aim for that, or even yesterday's low, to be quite honest, because it's a small bodied candle. I think it's a two-way tape. You could probably find a short. It's possible, but if at the open, let's say we kind of already drop quickly below yesterday's low, it could be a either a fast drop to rebalance like 50% of this area, or it could just be a sweep and reversal. The easier trade is like longs, honestly. And I feel as though if you feel like you got a good entry on a long side, you could probably just hold that. Except yesterday that didn't really work out to the new high of the day, but that's just not going to work out every single day. But in this kind of market, seems that if you get in on like a manipulation, if we get in below yesterday's low and kind of sweep all these equal lows, I think that you could probably come back to at least 50% of the range, or even get in a position for higher. But that being said, we just on the 4-hour, right? We definitely did sweep this previous 4-hour high. So I actually want to mark that out to see what's that looking like on like the 15. It does look like we're having a pretty good pullback rejection there. So if we on the 15-minute kind of close below this low, I think if we close below this pre-market low, actually it looks kind of decent for more shorts, maybe down to a previous day low for NASDAQ. Yeah, ES has smoother equal highs, but we did still take out this high. We had like kind of like a 3 drive pattern to the upside above previous day high, and we're not holding that previous day high now. So it wouldn't be out of the question. I wouldn't be like take shorts out of the equation at all. If we at the open kind of just close below this pre-market level on NASDAQ, which is like that 830.
And when you say close, you mean
number.
just the bar, just the 15-minute bar closing below it, right?
Yeah, I prefer the 15-minute bar to close below there. I do care about the candle closures because oftentimes it's shows whether it's provide manipulation or continuation. Or even honestly, if it closed like on the 5 or the 2 and showed displacement, which should show it from these, honestly. We're already dripping lower. We have some displacements here. We're getting there. So I think that there could be a decent reaction at those data lows, and then we'll see if we can get a continuation to yesterday's low. I don't see, that's kind of just is part of playing the range. If you take out yesterday's high and you have a bit of a break in structure on the smaller time frame, yeah, you could probably find a trade to yesterday's low. I kind of see this potentially playing out like that, like a market maker sell model, kind of like some people call that like a head and shoulders forming or something like that. But or like a breakdown now retesting. I retested this actually. These lows before the highs on the 5-minute, and we had this rejection. If I pull this up to here, that's what price has rejected so far. Honestly, I'd probably look at that too as a good area of interest, to see if we continue rejecting this area on the 5-minute from. I would look at from 2258 to 2267. If we continue rejecting this, I'd like to just look at the bodies of these candles and see if we hold below 50% of that, which we have. We just wicked it and we now coming down, dropping back lower. But if we don't have more displacements, we could come back and just like grind in this area. So I would note if we reject it, and then maybe I'd find more shorts from this rejection, another rejection up here if it comes back to retest it again. But yeah, I think that looks pretty decent for that side of the equation. It is funny how, well, honestly, 2 days ago, the chat was also like 60% bullish. What was that? That was Tuesday. And that was just, we ran the entire day. We didn't have any manipulation. Oh, well, we actually took out, swept pre-market lows actually. And I said I needed a 15-minute, yeah, I needed a closure below those lows, and we just wicked it. ES took out a new low of a day, and then NASDAQ didn't, and we just grinded up for the rest of the morning, mostly after 11. But honestly, I've noticed that also if we kind of grind for the first hour of the day, we'll typically make the move after 11. Like it'll be a cleaner move after then, because by then it's sort of accumulated enough And some people might have just started just quit on their positions, and then there's less volume. So there's quicker moves that are available to happen, or more volatility sometimes after 11 or so. So yeah, I'm thinking that the short idea doesn't look bad to me. The short idea does not look bad
Risk
to me.
reward wise, it doesn't look bad at all either. Yeah, I mean, 'cause that
Yeah.
area that you're highlighted out, I mean, it's,
Yeah.
again, that's all that matters, right? At the end of the day, the risk reward is if it's there, you could be short. I mean, we're day traders.
Yeah, and I actually do really like that. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, honestly, it would come back if we break below this and we actually, especially if we close below 22,513 on the hourly, because that would completely, I would close below this hourly FEG that we made this gap before we took out the high. So to me, that's a pretty good reversal indication. And then, that would show it can't really hold this previous high bar either. So if we close below like 22,512 too, I feel like that's even more confirmation that maybe I'll kind of wait for that, because that's only 8 points below this one. And then I'd probably look for a quick short down to 22,384.50 for NASDAQ, and for ES. If I go down to yesterday's low, I just feel like and honestly, it's not asking for a lot, because if you're looking at the daily, it's not really asking for a lot. I don't think I would be greedy trying to do that. So even though that's like a good risk reward, if I'm looking at the daily, I don't think that's a bad idea. So, and for ES, same vibe, except yesterday's low is 61.30.75. If I look at the 15, yeah, pretty much similar structure. I just want to look at the hourly for a second here. Yeah, really similar structure. Except NASDAQ, I remember, yesterday NASDAQ did not take out these lows from Asia, and ES didn't during like the afternoon session. So probably want to try to trade NASDAQ there, since it left out more liquidity there. So, and I think that NASDAQ's a faster mover. So that's my plan for today. If we hold this area though, then if we wick it, then probably could look for longs, because that's an hourly FEG, and then that would be sweeping a pre-market low. So that would kind of feel like the same play as Tuesday. So that's my area of interest, and that's where I'm going to be looking at how the market reacts to decide what to do for the day.
Got it. We also have some 10 o'clock data today. We've got Fed speak. Shai's already put out Fed's barking amid uncertainty. The Fed has time to take in data. Kicking it down the road again. Shai also says barking hawkish this morning. Goolsby semi-hawkish. He is watching the labor market, which is steady. So again, Fed speak, got some 10 a.m. data. Like the plan though. I agree with you. It's interesting. Like when I look at your NASDAQ stuff, those areas, the risk reward makes sense. I mean, it's relatively tight. If you want to be short, the risk is there for decent opportunity. And if it breaks that area, you would be a little bit of a change of character of what we've seen. And then it opens up the door for some more downside. So I appreciate, you laying that out for us. Remember, everybody, Monday through Thursday, Tanya is on with us in the morning for a pre-market prep. And Monday, Tanya is with us all day streaming. I know it was funny yesterday when you were in that trade, people in the chat were saying, I'm watching Tanya over here. Tanya and Kane were in similar trades. I thought that was pretty cool. But
yeah.
All right, Tanya.
Same
this
time.
this is our Friday, as we like to say. Yep. And I will see you on Monday. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a great day, everyone. Good luck and good trading. Ciao.
All right, everybody. Thursdays. So far this week, we got Tanya Monday. We had Tuesdays with Maury. We said it's Tuesdays with Merritt. Yesterday was Wednesdays with we called him Big Daddy, Big Sugarcane Daddy, as he's literally getting hit on every Wednesday in the chat. It's pretty interesting if you haven't tuned in to see that on Kane. Of course, there's trading involved as well. But then we got my man Boxes on Thursday. Looking forward to this every single week. It's about that time. Trade the Open with Christian. Good morning.
Hey, Dilly, how's it going?
Doing great. Always look forward to your session. Each and every week, the one thing that always stands out with me, or with you, with me watching you, is how you detail exactly what it is you're looking for. Very systematic, but uses that discretion in terms of position sizing a little bit, and will adapt to the day, but lays it out there, and what you draw, you go and execute. And it's really funny. If people have not gone back and seen, excuse me, Christian draw this stuff out and how much you stick to your plan, I mean, it is pretty, it's always impressive to see it.
Thanks, Dilly. It's my plan, I say it all the time, but my plan is a better trader than myself. So if I'm not following that plan, then I am not reaching the goals that I set out for the month, the quarter, etc.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Merritt, he always says, my process is a better trader than me. And I love that.
Yeah.
And let's take a look at your charts this morning. We talked about this morning. Everybody will give a quick recap. We had a lot of data this morning that came out, not much market movers. This morning, the big story was dollar weakness, Fed Chair Powell under criticism from President Trump again. What a shocker. He wants rates cut. He says that his time might be taken down to a shorter period to get them replaced earlier. And you've got a lot of Fed speak. And of course, they're going to be talking hawkish. If you want the big seat, you better talk hawkish, because otherwise the president's not putting you in there. You can't, or I'm sorry, you have to be talking dovish, not hawkish. God forbid you talk about raising rates. President is not going to be a fan of you. So it's interesting. Got some data at 10 a.m. today. Again, metals have been the primary driver lately in the market. Their trend continues to go higher. Just give everyone kind of a quick recap, and we'll have Fed speak and 10 a.m. data throughout, so watch that in chat. What are you looking for coming into this morning for your plan, Christian?
So let me quickly touch on the daily here for both ES and NQ. And I'm looking at the September contract just because it's currently aligned with SPY and QQQ. But we were in this consolidation here, which I call a wedge, because that's technically what the structure becomes. Then we have a failed breakdown, and ended up being a failed breakdown on the Sunday open, war-related news. I forgot exactly what. From there, we saw a big reversal, and then we ended up seeing a continuation based on the peace treaty that unfolded. So we are starting a new daily uptrend, and I emphasize this a lot because a lot of people like to counter trend, and a lot of people like to short extensions. Cool, they may work, but since we're starting a new daily 9MA uptrend, the sequence is a higher high, higher low, higher high, until that fails, until you confirm a failed breakout. That level is 6,100 in ES, and then NQ, it is this 22,200 area. So that gives me an idea to say, okay, the market's breaking out higher. Obviously, we're going to say it's news, but we're also going to be looking at other sectors, right? Semiconductors have been leading. So I look at that and say, okay, there's strength behind the market. The market's made up of stocks, and the stocks are breaking out higher. Some are all-time highs. NVIDIA hit all-time highs. I want to align with that, right? I am participating in trends. So when I go down to the 4-hour, I am looking for sideways to higher structures. I talk about the higher high, higher low structure when we're in uptrend all the time. You can see we had a higher high, higher low, second higher high, second higher low, third higher high. At that point, we sort of failed, corrected sideways, created what I call a 9MA no trend in time structure. Just pretty much it's a 8 to 12 candle consolidation in a rising 9MA trend. We corrected sideways. We broke out of that last night, and we're starting a new higher high, higher low structure from this. This now needs to hold the 6150s area. I think, Pharm brought that up again earlier, but it needs to hold that, create a higher low, and in order to have the opportunity to move up higher. Find acceptance there, fail to bounce, means sellers are stepping lower, and we can get a pullback into prior day low, 61.25.28 area. And yes, for NQ, similar story. Can we hold the recent breakout into 500 area, create a higher low, maybe correct sideways here and then attempt higher, closer to that 600 zone? Or can we form acceptance and pull back into prior day low, this 360 area? So I'm aligning the daily and the 4-hour structure there to make sure that my larger time frame understanding and analysis is aligned with the trend. Then I'm able to go into the hourly here and then create my daily plan and say, okay, since I'm an hourly trend trader and I execute on a 2 or 5 minute entry model, I want to then see what the hourly is doing. Well, if the 4 hours creating this consolidation, the hourly should look like a wedge, because a contraction is a lower high, higher low structure inside a swing high, swing low structures. That will align with us holding the 61.55 area. Scenario one would be a consolidation sideways to create a wedge structure. Can we ping pong between this maybe London low, prior day high, maybe a little bit lower to 61.55 area, bounce up to 61.68, ping pong, and then we find a directional break? That would be either acceptance at 68 and break out higher, or we fail and we move lower to that 40-43 zone. Bounce from there. If that fails, then we test that daily and 4-hour support area here at prior day low in ES. For NQ, a little bit of the same. Can we continue consolidating like we've been for the last few hours? Hold this 500, 515 area, create that wedge structure, which may mean chop in the first 2 hours, and then pick up a directional. I just saw a comment. Pick up a directional move, either higher or lower, and that will look like on a lower time frame, acceptance of 515 or acceptance of 580s. When we get that, we can see a move higher into 668, 680, or we can pull back and test this 440, 450 zone, which was a little bit of a good interaction, resistance, some noise here. It held here on a support and moved up higher. So that would be the next support area from a price structure, supply and demand. If we fail there, then we go back to that 360 prior day low area that I brought up. And that's pretty much what I'm looking at. I know you guys discussed a little bit of the same levels. I'm glad to always see that we're aligning there, and I'm just looking to wait what the market will tell us, and it'll bring me to place a trade.
Got it. Chris, as usual, love seeing you draw out the scenarios and then go and execute them. As we talk about each and every week, execution is the key. You can have the best strategy in the world. If you're not a great executor of it, what good is it? And that's what I want everyone to focus on as they watch Chris throughout the day. Give my brother Chris some love in the chat. Hit that like button, subscribe. Never miss an episode of NinjaTrader Live with Chris here on Thursdays. Chris, take it away, my brother. I'll see you in chat.
All right, Deli, you take care. Enjoy that heat over there, that humidity. All right, guys and ladies. Hey, Tracy, Cagnina. How's it going? 2020, what's good, my dude? Hey, Jose. Hey, Gary. I should be the one to take us to NASA and take us to Mars, or join and take us to Mars. All right, so let me fix this a bit. So I went over my plan. Let's go see what the 5 minute is doing. We're opening up to a gap. So we're holding prior day low in ES. It's not marked here. Hey, Shab. Thanks, Gary. I'm a nerd. Hey, Juan. Good to see you. Megan, Jose. What's up, guys? Good to see a lot of familiar faces. Sarona. FNG, my boy. All right, so ES is holding prior day low. NQ a little bit below it into that 515 zone here. It's red currently, but working out the kinks on this zones indicator. But Ryan, what's going on? I gotta get back to you, my guy. I've been busy, man. Busy. Fina saying we're stuck between a daily bearish and 4-hour bullish FBG on ES with a little room to run in between. This can result in hunt back and forth. Luis, hola. Hola. All right, so we have 5 minutes into the open. The hourly's holding, so there's a chance that we can move straight up from here, but I highlighted how the hourly is in a wedge, or at least consolidating, right? So what I want to see is, actually, let me show the 15-minute here to give a better look at this 15-minute structure. So here's a 15-minute. ES is doing a good job at holding prior day high. That's that's a soft first support area. If it can continue to hold that, we can get this wedge structure and then get a little bit more information, more data to see what kind of move we're going to get, right? Can we bounce up, form acceptance, and then break out higher, which would be the scenario 1.2? Or can we reject, attempt to move below prior day low, but again, we also have support at that 52, 55 area, which is, what Pharm brought up. So what do I need to see down there? Well, I need to see acceptance. I need to see price telling me that sellers are able to move down from where? From these highs. And they move down here, and then they're able to bring price lower. Acceptance will create a wedge. And as you guys have seen me in the past, I will take that wedge breakdown or breakout, right? If it's different, if it's acceptance up here, and then look for a break lower and target the 6140s area. Now, I will say that we are in a daily 90-minute uptrend. So my job and focus has been in leaning into bullish trades, not so much bearish. I did miss that reversal from the highs yesterday, just because I was not, that's not my priority in an uptrend. I do have a swing long in my swing account from an NQ from 180. So I got this long on where was the long? Right here, 180. So I have a swing long from here on this pullback that this happened on Sunday. And I've taken partials along the way. I think the main partials I took were here. And so I'm just sitting in my remaining trade here to see what develops. But, as I've brought up, I like to swing trade NQ while I day trade bullish setups in an uptrend, right? Because that's what I am to do. So in NQ here, can see that we're holding this 50 EMA also / this 500, 515 area. Can we continue to hold, bounce up a little bit higher, and create a wedge contraction, right? Would mean consolidation. I know Deli said that there is news at 10 a.m. So maybe we consolidate and we chop until that time, and then we pick a directional push. Thanks, Laura. So let's wait and see what we get. All right, guys, because it can be a little bit choppy. I've highlighted that structure. On the day of the breakout, I was super bullish. I mean, I was super aggressive. I like to get like that into last Thursday sucked because I skipped. Yeah, there was just going to be a little bit of volume, and it did drop, right? I did see that. So we'll have to wait and see. Oh, let me put on the 2-minute here. So something else to note is that we're coming up on July 4th. It's a holiday, and it's a very bullish holiday. So my whole, not theory, but I've been framing the idea that we were going to break out of that daily consolidation that we were in, and then drift sideways to higher into July 4th to hit all-time highs. We did that for NASDAQ. The Qs, I think we still have to do that in SPY. So because if the structure is going to be, we have a minute here to the open, so let's see how that looks. But because the structure is a low volume holiday type of price action, then we want to lean sideways to higher, okay? All right, we are open. Morning, guys. Morning, Eagle. Hey, Eagle, good to see you. Marco, start. Thanks, Carl. All right. We have a gap up open and SPY and Qs pushing out a little bit higher. You know, for those guys and ladies in the group, the possible main idea here into before the open was a bullish reversal into 515. So some of you guys may be long this, but I'm still going to give it some time just because we are in a little bit of a sideways structure and it can mean chop. So it's just about being this morning and waiting for structure to tell us that it's ready to move out or not. When I want to look to participate in is this. So right now we're in a 6-hour hourly candle consolidation. You can see this here. Right, so this is a range, both ES and NQ. I want to participate in the move away from this range because I am an hourly trend trader, right? At the moment, there is no trend in the hourly. So I need to wait for acceptance up here at the highs to see if we are going to break out or acceptance at the lows. In waiting for acceptance over time, I'm able to avoid a lot of the chop. Can it mean that I may miss a strong breakout higher without much respect to resistance? Absolutely, right? But I have found that to be 2 or maybe 3 times out of 10. The rest, 7 to 8 times, a push up into that range resistance or range support will mean a mean reversion move. So if I have the, if the scenario is 7, 8 times out of 10, you're going to hit resistance or support and you're going to reverse back up. Well, I want to align my trade setup, a mean reversion setup to buy that support for a mean reversion move back up, right? So I'm not always eager to buy a direct breakout here in the markets. I need acceptance, especially if we're in a bullish uptrend. No, JD, I do not wait for a 1-hour candle to close. I need acceptance. That is sideways structure here to confirm that buyers cannot take it up higher. Okay. Like if we're going to break lower, I need this to confirm that we're not able to bounce. Like they're selling it back down. That will confirm that it's weak, and then it can break lower, and that's where I look to participate. So right now we're in a range. ES is weaker. We do have RSI divergence on the 15-minute, guys. So ES is not, there's also a SMT or divergence between the indices where ES is holding a little bit better. I think that's because cyclicals are doing better. So this may be a failed break here, like a breakdown attempt. So let's give it a little bit more time and see what unfolds here. Because like I said, I'm not really too eager to short, especially when we're in a daily uptrend. Hey, Peter. ES is leading. Let's see what's moving in ES. What about financials? Financials are strong. Yeah, it's pretty much financials. Mid caps are down. Yeah, so there's a divergence taking place right now between the indices, and that pretty much just means some chop. So just you know, what do we call this these days? Trapping Thursdays because of the traps. Hey guys, let's get those likes up. Yeah, let's show some love to the network. What level do I have marked in ES? I have all levels marked, my friend. These are zones that I have here with an indicator. These are my support resistance levels. These gray zones are 5-minute zones. They don't really mean much, but they're just sort of like the pit stop between the colored zones. So right now we have a little bit of a divergence between ES and NQ. ES is stuck in this range. NQ is stuck in this range. So best to be patient here. Yeah, this is 61.68 in ES. Thanks, John. Yep, 61.68. All right, we might attempt a breakdown, but again, you guys know me. I need to wait for acceptance, right? That is a wedge structure here that will confirm. I don't want to say confirm. I want to say it provides clarity that sellers are moving lower from here to here, and they're not letting price bounce, right? That's pretty much all it means. What is acceptance? It's a wedge structure. So, you know, if this breaks lower without any sort of wedge contraction here, I have to let it go, right? It's you know, I talked about this with Shab and said, you know, a lot of what makes a trader disciplined is that you know what you're looking for, and so you're not doing anything because you're not seeing what you're looking for, right? And you wait until that appears and forms because you know that it has a positive expectancy. You know that the expected output. You know that it's going to generate a certain amount of points, right? So if I want to make that amount, I have to follow that, and over time you develop the confidence to just wait for that. So you can see NQ is weaker. ES is still in the range, not moving much. So we want to keep an eye out for a potential reversal. Now we're attempting a new breakdown. So the structure will then look like this: lower low, lower high, lower low. If we are to continue lower, let's see, Shab, that was a test, Shab. I want to see if you were on. If you want to continue lower, we're going to have to see a lower low, lower high structure, right? If we don't, then we're going to see a move up, potential contraction, and reversal, right? But we need to wait for that. I need to wait to see what I need to see. Until then, I have to wait. So trading is, hey, PNW, I feel like that is Pacific Northwest Life. Patience is an edge. Yes, look, cash is a position, okay? I bring that from swing trading. Cash is a position. And it's until rules are met, until the structure, until your entry model forms, then there's not much to do. Because what some may do here is they may try to short. And if they short and we're in an uptrend, what's to me the higher probability that we're going to reverse back up? Now, it may not happen, right? But if you go back and study these breakdowns on day 1, day 2, day 3 of a multi-week consolidation, those moves lower are failed breakdowns. If that is a repetitive structure in the market, I want to participate and enter in those failed breakdowns, right? So let's see how this lower low, lower high structure looks. It's doing that here now. If we reject, then we can move lower. And maybe we move in a little bit lower and test a lower low, and then maybe we have our side divergence. Maybe this becomes a higher low, and then we trigger the reversal. So my focus is on bullish trades first, because we are in an uptrend. Are we extended? Sure, but that doesn't mean we should short, especially when there is a divergence pretty strongly between ES and NQ. So I just need to be patient and check on my stocks, right? That I am swing trading on. So I'm going to keep this drawing up here to see what we get. Can we reject or create a lower high here and attempt a reversal? Now we do have a tighter contraction here. By the way, guys, I mostly trade NQ. That's why I'm focusing on that. So we need to see if this back test here is going to get rejected. Let me make this red. It's too much. All right, so this is resistance, right? This is a consolidation that's attempting to break down. We're seeing now our lower low, lower high structure. Let's see if we can continue lower or if we are going to get something like this. Move lower and then reverse. Okay, so two structures here that we're potentially looking for. If you're short, hey, make your money, right? I can't tell you anything. Market is YM is leading. Let's look at that. It is, yeah, cyclicals are doing much better. So it's just about being patient here, guys and gals. Semis are interesting. Semis are selling off. We did have MU, Micron, have a good earnings, but this can happen. It's extended. Can we sell off? Coin strong. Any of you guys who swing trade catch coin? What a move. Oh man, I'm in that. PLTR, love it. Green. Hood. So a lot of tech is sort of just flat to down at the moment. Looking at stocks that, in the market overall helps me get an idea of what's the action that we're sort of getting. All right, we're all right. I had to make a swing trade. All right, we're getting our lower low, lower high. We did have a new low here. and RSI had a divergence. So that's a good indication of potential reversal setting up. So let's look at that, and then let's see if we can get a potential entry if we are to reverse. All right, so I want to wait to see how this lower high 9MA lower high test is. Let's see how it rejects, and can it do something like this, and then I'll look to get long. Just realized there was a cheat or an aggressive entry. There was an aggressive entry right here. So you see how we're creating that lower low, lower high structure, and now we're attempting a reversal. ES is attempting to break out. So we can, in fact, see the reversal here, but I need to wait and see if we can create the lower high here, reject, and then push up higher. So let's see how that forms. Because we're still back testing this breakdown area. We're attempting to reclaim it. Let's see if we can. All right, and we got a rejection there. So we're still following this lower low, lower high structure, right? So we want to be mindful of that structure. We only back tested this breakdown here, and we reject the lower. Somebody's saying news. Hey, Brian, good to see you on here, man. Good to see you. Let's trade them well. Shake, you got to put that playlist together. Hey, Ricardo, good to see you on here. A lot of guys from Paradigm are on here, and ladies. Good to see the group here. No coin, Jim? You bought a bunch of Google 2 days ago? They're lagging a lot. I was in Google, but that reversal last week took me out of my remaining trade. Shay, you got to put that playlist together for us. What stocks am I in for a swing? A lot of the leaders: Hood, PLTR, Crowd, Oin, ZS, AVGO, Semis, Munich. Antonio, good to see you. So, guys, look, pretty much what the structure that I highlighted that we can see is a lower low, lower high structure. Now, hey Gary, now why that? Because uptrends are either higher highs, higher lows, or downtrends are either lower lows, lower highs. It's really pretty straightforward, right? That's just how the market moves. There's no crystal ball. There's nothing that can see what, like I shared, this was the probable trend structure here. But if you follow the trend long enough and you develop a strategy around it, you understand the way it moves. You understand how a trend is generated, how a trend ends, how a trend looks when it's consolidating. Well, how does that look? Well, it's a wedge contraction, right? Because there's no lower low, lower high, or there's no lower high, higher low. It's a contraction through time. So let's see what takes place here. We have our second lower low. So let me bring that here. Let me close this. ES is still here, so it's pretty choppy. ES is flat. ES has the lower low, lower high, lower low. Can a attempt the reversal here? Or do we get the acceptance or wedge structure, something like this, and then a breakdown? Okay, so this is sort of what I'm looking for. I have no interest in this short. It can drop if it wants. It's just not, my data tells me it's not a high probable setup over time. No losers. Yeah, I take losses. I took a loss yesterday. But you got to make sure that your winners are much bigger. Like I will press it when we are seeing a big expansion move. So SPY is testing prior day high, which is sort of ES is doing that too. NQ failed. Look, you know, something to observe here. ES is still holding prior day high. Okay. NQ failing to hold prior day high and moving lower. Now it's breaking down, but there was no acceptance. Let me go back to the 2-minute here. So again, before I do that, the failure of this 515 area can bring price ES down to this 440, 450 area, and then see a potential reversal back up. So now my trade ideas and how I frame the rest of my trading morning will be scenario 2, unless we reclaim 515, and then scenario 1 is back in play. But we are breaking lower. There was really no acceptance here. There was no 50 EMA wedge, which is what I call it. Okay, it's this. We did not form this, so I can't really participate in this breakdown. I can't. ES is not really moving either. There's really not much for me to do. 4 unsuccessful attempts at 69. Yeah, failure. We rejected there. There was a question here. There was a question here on by Jose. Can you explain how you use RSI and delta towards your trade strategy? I use them for divergences to see if divergences are present. If there is a lower low in price and then maybe a higher low in delta, or a higher low in RSI, that can give an indication of a reversal. So ES is testing the support. NQ has produced the second lower low, and we're attempting to now bounce. Lower low, lower high, lower low. So at this point, there's a 80% chance that this downtrend is over. Why? Because most trends end at the second lower low. Can it produce a third lower low? Absolutely. In rare events, it produces more. Yeah, but most of the time, a trend ends after the second lower low or the second lower high. So now what we can watch here for is to see if we bounce into the 2050 EMA cloud, which is here in red, and then we create our wedge structure. That wedge structure is what will allow me, so here's that 2050 EMA wedge. This wedge structure will allow me to then look for a directional setup, okay? But if that doesn't happen, then my rules are not met. And if the wedge structure and then the breakdown of that does not take place, then we are most likely going to see a reversal. Yes, hit this bottom of this range here. And bounced. So ES is doing nothing. It's ping-ponging. Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. Now, what can change the structure? What can tell you, hey, we're getting ready to break out of here? Well, going back to our trend structure, if price creates a lower high and rejects back down and then creates a consolidation here at the lows, then there could be a probability that we break lower, because price is telling you that it is unable to bounce back up in that ping pong fashion. Okay, so that's what I'll be looking for here now. Can ES do that? And here's the potential 9 EMA reversal in E and NQ. I actually like it, but I don't want to get a little bit ahead of myself. We have news in 5 minutes. So you have your potential 9 MA reversal here taking place in NQ for those in the group watching. So if you're taking this, go do your thing. ES hit support and it's attempting to bounce. So let's see if ES can do a potential wedge or if it reverses. Now, you see this rejection here? Let me remove this. The next structure that we could get and we should get if we are going to chop around a little bit more until the news comes out is this contraction here. And then from here, we can get a directional breakout or breakdown. If we don't get that, that means that we are going to reclaim this 520, 515 zone area. And we're most likely going to do something like this. But we have news in a bit, and we need to be a little bit patient. ES is not doing anything. And really, the market's not doing much as a whole. The 4-hour did test the 9 MA. The hourly is into that 2050 EMA cloud that I covered. A lot of this stuff might not make sense. I'm just saying it for the people in the group who know what the terms that I'm talking about. But some of you guys may already be long this 2-minute 9 MA reversal. So if you are, this is your target outline. We have news in 4 minutes. Wow, Shopify just broke lower. Just looking at buying that. All right, ES is seeing a reversal here. Whoa, that's not what I want. All right, so we're seeing that reversal, guys. Now let's see what news is in 3 minutes here. Here's the 2-minute 9 MA reversal for those that may have taken it. Almost close to 1R. We did not form that wedge, so that's telling you that there's a probability that we attempt to reclaim this zone and get back below above here. Let's see how if we can form a wedge here now. So if we can form a wedge here, I'll look for a directional trade. I really wanted to wait for the news here to see how it could impact. Minutes. That hit 1R for you guys. It's coming up on 1R, where you can take half off and your trade is paid for. Nice, Laura. Laura took that. Good reversal we're seeing. Oh, bummer. I wanted to wait for news. Look at that. All right, so that was a beautiful reversal. News is coming out in a minute. That was a good trade that I skipped on just because I wanted to wait on news, but it's coming into 1.5R now. So we're seeing this a little bit of lower. Yes, it's still in this range. We're still in scenario one. Scenario one in NQ is still playing out that way. You can see that we had a little bit of a deep pullback. Didn't exactly do scenario two, maybe scenario 1.5, if we were to call that. And now we're back up in this range. So, all right, news is out. It's positive. You have your 2R on that reversal. ES is attempting a breakout. So now what we're looking for in ES, if I can join here, is some sort of wedge contraction here. So I can join on the upside. For NQ, I'll do the same. And then see if we can get a directional breakout. But we really need that acceptance here in ES because it's still in a range. All it did was ping pong back up. NQ is leading the push higher. Here's the hourly. ES is attempting to break out. NQ is still in this hourly range here. So we can still revert back a little bit lower and just continue this range. We need acceptance at these highs to break out. So let's keep an eye on that. Let's see how this potential wedge structure consolidation here can look for a trade. You know what I missed? I missed the RSI divergence here. It would have given me the conviction to take. But see, that's Jose, that was a good question back then. And here's a great example of that. We had RSI divergence into the second lower low. Lower low, lower high, lower low. All right, let's see if we can get some consolidation here, which will confirm acceptance and then join for a long. Thanks, Paulo. I really enjoy when you get in here because you throw so much wisdom. Thank you. Lucy said, can you please talk about your risk reward? Well, this is the pretty much how it's set up. I'm risking one here to make a potential multiple of that. I do take half off at 1.5R to finance my trade in order, and then if the trade does reverse and stop me out on the rest, will I still make a net profit of 0.5R? If not, I will look to hold this and participate in a trend. So I'm looking to participate in a trend higher to the next hourly zone. So for that to happen, I'm going to hold more and look for maybe resistance or swing highs. Overnight highs were 580. So probably I will look for 2.5R for my next partials and then hold the rest. Does it also need to show in delta? No, it just at the same time, no, they both don't need to have a divergence. In delta, you want to see like in here in delta, you see how it went to 0 and then reverse from there. That's a good reverse on buying. Can you talk on what these 1R and 2R pivots are? It's just a ratio. It's a standard deviation away from the spread from the entry and the stop. So if I'm risking 1, then 1 positive of that, 1 plus is 1R, 2 is 2R. So if I'm risking one and I want to take partials at 2R, I'm essentially making double what I risked. Hey, Alan, thank you. It was this great reversal. I'm glad those of you in the group took it. I could have been a little bit more aggressive, but now I have to wait for this wedge contraction here if we can get that. If we can form here to sort of confirm that we do want to break this resistance, then great. Yes, struggling a little bit. Let's see if it can consolidate here. Sort of hold this prior sort of resistance, right? Can it now find support, form acceptance, create a 9 EMA consolidation, a wedge, and then that can give us a breakout entry, which would be great. I'll look to join in NQ. Thanks, Antonio. What's the line at 22,600? It's a 5-minute zone. All right, so we're getting that consolidation here now. Let me hide this. Hopefully this can pull back a little bit more. But if we can sort of hold here in ES, that will give us confirmation that it is trying to break out of here. And then I'll look to join in that. Do I tend to move my stop? I found out every time I move my stop, seems like I miss some big pushes. No, I don't move my stop unless price hits 4R of my, unless price reaches up here, like this sort of area, then I'll move my stop to break even, a little bit above break even. I don't generally move my stop because look, I'm looking to participate in trends, right? So if my entry is here, then the potential price action can be something like this as it consolidates more and then it breaks out later in the day. So in keeping my stop here, I am protected. Now, can it come back down here and stop me out? Absolutely. But over time, my process has told me that I should let price do whatever it needs to do in order to have the opportunity to participate in the later continuation of the break of this whole range, right? Can we then consolidate and then break out later? I want to do that. So I don't move my stop for that reason. Now, it makes sense for me in my approach and what I teach for those in the group, but that's because of where we're entering, right? What we're looking for. So let me touch back on the structure here. We're getting that pullback here to get that 9 MA higher low. Can we hold here and then attempt the bounce to then set up a breakout? So let's see if we can do that here. This is sort of our range. All right, we're getting our high low. Let's see if we can hold here and then set up a little bit of a longer consolidation and then attempt a breakout. If not, then what will happen is that ES will probably put in like a failed breakout attempt, right? And then move back down and then ping pong again. So really, other than this failed breakdown here that reverted price back up, nothing has been missed because we're still in a range. I want to participate in the move away from that range. But, you know, the overall market is just going a little bit sideways, not much going on. So ES might fail here if we can't bounce. This is that higher low here where we're supposed to put it in higher high, higher low, and then bounce to create that sideways structure. If it can't do that, then we're going to come back down lower here and ping pong. If it can hold, then we can have a little bit of a change in character and set up a breakout. But we need a little bit more information for that, right? We are analysts, we're data analysts, and we need data to help us analyze and frame our ideas. So let's see if ES can hold here, or else we're just gonna go back and chop. And Q will come back down to this 520, 515 area. Let me bring back the 15-minute. So 15-minute ES still in this consolidation, ping-ponging NQ. So a little bit of a deeper pullback, and we're still back in here. So can we create the sort of wedge structure here like I brought up on the hourly? So far, it's looking like that, right? We're just consolidating through time. Not much going on here. So have to respect that structure, have to just be patient here, right? Just range. All right, we're NQ's holding that potential higher low here. Yes, a little bit weaker, but still sort of holding that. Volume has died down a bit. So let me hide this now. I want to see how the wedge potentially forms. We do have something tiny here, but it's not exactly much. I can look for an entry here and see if that can. I'll do half size, but at the moment we're still in a range, so I have to be patient here. I'm going to attempt a long here, and I'm going to see if we can attempt that breakout. So I'll buy a little bit more if we can come back down a bit. Realized I had half size on, and this needs to be a bigger size. But this is how it looks. Let's see if we can get our breakout attempt here. If we are to go higher, it's from here. But we're still at that resistance area, so let's just wait and see. We did, so far, ES did create that higher low structure. So let's see if it can actually hold here. If not, I will take a stop on my breakout attempt and it won't be ready yet. All right, let's see if it can hold here. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it looks like it's going to come back down. So we're getting that wedge structure that I'm talking about. It looks good so far. And we hold, and then let's see where SPY is versus its all-time highs. I mean, SPY may go for all-time highs here today or tomorrow. So I definitely want to lean on higher prices here. So ES is a little bit stronger here. It's already attempting to break out of its wedge. Let's see if NQ can do the same. Let me see where my R multiples are at. I'll look to sell some at 1.5 R if we get it. Actually, this needs to be why is it 3 only? It's back on. All right, here is my let's see if we can break out here. If not, then it's not going to want to go. We're sort of still holding that top of the range here. So that's good. That's what we want to see. But we are still just not able. We need volume up here. If that doesn't happen, then price is going to revert back down. there's a little bit of a change of character as we're at these highs and we're holding for now. So we can attempt that breakout. Oh no, it looks like NQ will reverse. So maybe it's not ready. We'll take a stop if it doesn't work out. I'm going to move it a little bit higher to this last higher low. So let's just wait and see what takes place. All right, ES is look, it's leading the break higher. So NQ needs to follow here. But there's a little bit of divergence here between ES and NQ. I'm going to see if I can take half off at 1R to pay for my trade, and then I'll sit on the rest. Let's see if I can get filled. NQ's really not moving. ES is leading, so there's a divergence there. Not a fan of that. Hey, Nick, what's going on? Let's see. I haven't been looking at the chat. Let me see here, guys. Well, we just sit in this trade. Let's see if we can get 1R taken off. Happy. Nice haircut, always on point, which only means you have a personal barber somewhere. That gets me. I don't have a personal barber. I go to one. Look, I have to compete with Deli. Okay, I need. He said, look, the only requirement is your hair needs to look good. Why do you think everybody has good hair here? But not as good as his. Okay, we can't. It's like a silent rule. Oh, we got a little bit of action here. Can it take me out? Just take me out. Come on, take me out. Give me that 1R. Take it. Take it. All righty. Well, what is going on here? Just take it. Take us out. Look how close it was to 1R. But like, see, you just if it doesn't get you out, it doesn't get you out. What does that mean? It just means that this one trade out of 1,000 didn't work out. Do I need to get in the way of my system and say I'm going to move my stop or I'm going to move my entry a lot lower than my expected target? No, because over time you're going to be cutting your profit short, right? Instead of letting them run, instead of letting the trade, the positive expectancy of your system play out, you're just going to be, instead of catching a big move, you're just going to be selling more earlier. So if I get stopped out here and I didn't get hit at 1R, it is what it is. I have to be okay with that because it just means that in this specific trade, out of 1,000, the expected move didn't take place. And that's a loss, right? It's part of the next trade can lead into a winner. And I just have to be okay with that. Do I use special gel? No, it's I don't even know what it's called right now. Let's see. Thanks, Lucy. Jose, you also sent me a message on X for more info on the private group. Thank you. I'll reply to you after this. You took yes long at 61.72. That's a little bit higher for me. So you always want to make sure that when you're getting long, you want to be getting long. I mean, sorry, I should say per my approach. I don't know how you're looking at your entries, right? I can't tell you anything on that. But for me, it makes sense to get long at the break of the tightest contraction because that is where a new trend starts, the new higher high, higher low structure. If I get in after that, then I am opening up my risk to more or my account to more risk because the spread is wider. Let's see if it can take me out right here. NQ's super lagging here. It usually leads, and if it's lagging, it just means that there's a potential for the price to reverse, right? So it is what it is. We shared the wedge structure. We shared that price was consolidating in this acceptance form. All we have to do is if that happens, and look for a directional move higher, right? And that's what I did. I got long at the break of that 9MA wedge. If it fails, it fails. Like if I would have taken ES, let's see what would have produced. ES is already at 1.5 R of that breakout. So you see how it's leading? So if I was in ES, I would have already taken partials and it would have been a risk-free trade. I'm not. I'm in AQ. So I just have to sit through this and watch to see what happens. I'll put it like this so we can see it a little bit better. Hopefully we can get NQs to new highs. Oh, come on. Can you feel me? Feel me. Take me out. Yes, it's Paradigm Shift Trading. That's the name of the group. You can reach out on, look at ES, leading. Take me out here. NQ, we need a new high. All right, guess it's not gonna do that for us. I mean, if you're long, yes, hey, you're making money, pay yourself, right? Congrats, great trade. I have to be okay with this. Yeah, it's they're watching us, right? You know how they say they're watching us. They're not filling us, they're watching us. Who's they? Chris, why don't you trade NQ? You're using 12 contracts here. I do trade NQ. I like so I have a day trade account and a swing account. For the day trade account, I'll do minis. Sorry, I'll do micros. For the swing account, I'll do minis. I'll do 2 to 3 minis. And then for micros, again, I'm percentage-based risking. So I am risking a percentage of the account. And so for at the moment, that is consistent with 12 micros. And the way I take partials matters, right? I take partials at 1 or 1.5 R, 3 R, etc. So I need that. Unless I can put more money into my day trading account, but I don't really want to do that because I have a larger swing trading account where I swing trade stocks and swing trade NQ, right? Right now I'm long NQ from 180. So I'm up roughly 380 points with minis in a larger account, right? So I'd rather do that and then day trade for cash flow in the day trade account. Can you take me out here? NQ has not taken out that high either, whether it's MNQ or NQ. They algos, you know, Tracy, the all elusive they. Someone watching this stream has an offer at one tick below your limit order. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get filled. It's taking too much time and ES is getting extended. So the trade was on ES. But look, it happens, right? I it's just one trade of many trades. Like later in the day, I can have another trade and I'll win. I'll make my points. It hit a time spot. I don't believe in time stops because I'm participating in trends. And if the trend does not manifest, I need to wait for the trend to tell me that it is failing. Yeah, I'll let this hit 1 hour loss. Oh, look at that. See, but I have to follow my system regardless of how I feel. Why does it do that? So I have to follow my system, right? I laid out the plan. I did what I had to do. Did I just get taken on more? I did at 2R. So I have 3 left. All right, I have one more set of partials at 4R. We get filled. Now, guys, let's review what happened. Okay, and I'll go back to the chat and answer questions. What did I say we needed to see into box resistance or support? Can anybody answer that? That's a quiz. For those in the group, what do we need to see at resistance or support to take a directional trade? I'm gonna wait. Let's get those likes up first. Jackson, you're watching. Awesome. 2020 acceptance, wedge formation. Higher high, higher low. Yes, yes, yes. Ba 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 ba. Beautiful, guys. Omid, Ricardo, yes. Yes. Wedge, acceptance. Beautiful. That makes me happy. Why do we want to see that? So let's go into education more a little bit. Because instead, the ping pong structure that goes like this will change when we, out of nowhere, attempt the continuation and fail and revert back up and then create a wedge. Why do we need a wedge? Why do we get a acceptance? Because price is telling us, or sorry, buyers are telling us that they're moving up from here to here. They're not letting sellers drive it price back lower here. If that happens, that is the change of character. Price is telling you, look, price is the most factual indicator on the charts, okay? Price is telling you that it is finding acceptance at this resistance area. So when I look to take long on that change of character, I am looking for my directional model. That is a 50 EMA wedge or a wedge. That is a structure where we get swing high, swing low, lower high, higher low, breakout. We get that structure because that is how the market moves. It's not me telling you this is something fancy. black box idea, indicator, whatever, right? It's just how the market moves. I am literally telling you as it is. The entries at the break of that wedge, the stop goes on the other side of that wedge. And if the trend manifests, the manifest. If not, you take a loss. But over time, you will see that the market is telling you signs of when it's ready to break out higher or lower. I waited for that in NQ. Price had the higher high, higher low, lower high. I did take an earlier entry just because I wanted to see if we could break out, and we did. I was patient with my trade. I didn't change my rules, okay? And I gotta change this. This looks, there's too much text up here. I gotta hide that. I'll do that for the next stream, but I'll just show NQ here since we're long NQ. We got the wedge structure. We broke out. Now, can it come back down and stop us out? Absolutely. But I was able to take half off at 1R, a quarter at 2R, and then I have a quarter left with the stop down here. Do I move my stop after this? Only if we push up to 4R. And until then, I don't. Why? Because I have to give price the opportunity to have some sort of larger time frame contraction, and then the opportunity to go higher from there. Why? Because we're in an uptrend. If I move my stop up, I am making a choice to go against the market's behavior. And so I don't want to do that, right? I don't want to go into the whole education into that, but I just don't want to do that. At a certain point, when it's reached a high enough level, I will move my stop up. But again, it's a different story. But great answer, guys. If I can like you guys, if I can like the YouTube channel for you guys, I already did, but I would, because that was a fantastic answer from you guys. Acceptance. We need to see acceptance. We got that. Okay. So I'm just a follower of the trend. What do I use for my longer term portfolio and swings? It's split between Interactive Brokers and Schwab. I am consolidating them. It will most likely be Interactive Brokers. I just know Schwab. Oh, look at that, the edge alert. I just know Schwab very well. Price is king, as they say. So if you took yes, fantastic. You have made more R multiples. Friends, thank you. Spy wants that all-time highs. What are my YouTube channels? Marco, my friend, you got to show up here every week. I pretty much give an explanation of acceptance every week. Actually, just review this. You can review this a little bit more. Sorry, rewind the video and watch that. Thanks, Sab. I think it's you. Thanks for plugging me in. What is the indicator that I use to show on the screen the 1R, 2R? This is the risk reward indicator that I created with Ninja. It is available. We are putting it on the vendor on the vendor store to offer it to you guys. But at the moment, you can reach out to them and they can share it. You had a little bit on that pullback. Cool. Hope it goes from there for you. How do we enter PST? Reach out to me on Twitter or X, Isam. Just message me and I'll share some more info. It is now the official NinjaTrader Live drinking game. Take a shot every time we need to wait for acceptance or when we get our edge from the edges. Well, first of all, I haven't drank since 2020. That was my last sip because I didn't even drink a lot, guys. It's just for celebrations because of my kidney issues, but I haven't had alcohol since 2020. And it's not like I was drinking a lot. I've had kidney issues all my life, but don't need it, I feel like you guys want me to move my stop. You guys are like scared for me. Oh, don't let the fourth don't let the quarter size that's left have a stop. The stop remains in place, guys. I can't move it. I need to give price opportunity to explore and figure itself out, like some of us in college, right? You got to figure it yourself out. I got to let price figure itself out. When I draw the fibs, do you start at the closest swing low or other? No, my fibs start at my entry to where the stop is, where the higher low is. So if you look at this, my entry was at the break of this sort of wedge, if you can see that. So I put my entry above and then the stop at the bottom of that higher low. Like my trade is done here. You guys have to understand that I size my trades. They're front heavy, front load, right? Something like that, where I have a higher position size per trade in order to, even though it looks like 12 micros, right? But that's because of the size of the account that I leave here. I have a certain percentage that I risk for the account, and it's higher than what maybe others will risk, because when I take half off at 1.5R or 1R or 2R, whatever it is, I am capturing dollar-wise the bulk of that trade there, right? So I want my trade, the money or the points that I make, be in that initial burst higher. So instead of, let's say, risking I don't even know how to say it, but let's say instead of risking 1% of the account, and then I risk 2% instead, right? So when I take half off into that 1.5R move, hey, guess what? I just took 1% off. I paid myself 1%. If the rest gets stopped out, it's either a break-even trade, or if I make more in my R multiples versus my stop, I'll make 1%. That 1%, it was already what I used to risk before I increased my size, right? So I'm mentally and literally, I am making a more consistent 1% across my trades with the opportunity to make more. So in now letting my runners run, I have the opportunity to make an extra 1 to 2% per trade because my size is heavier, bigger, right? So that's why I don't, at this point, my trade is already done. I've already taken partials on 3/4. The last quarter can do whatever I want, right? So now this trend may not play out, but look, if we go to, let me show you my trade from what's today? Today's Thursday, Monday. Let me show you my trade from, let me see when it was. It was Tuesday. Give me a second here. We're just letting that other trade play out. So there's really not much happening. Um, 22,290. Okay, here. So my trade on Tuesday was here at the break of this. It was like at 6 a.m. my time. It was right here. So my entry was here. And then my stop was here, meaning the low of this candle, okay? So I got long here. Price, I took partials, of course, but then price hit, and I let my partials run, and they got stopped out then following day. So I get 4R right until the end of the day, and then let's see how much it continued. Let's see. By the way, up here is 6R, so I would say 7R is like 526. I took more partials up here into like 7R, and then the rest got stopped out on this pullback. So my trades, my runners can make anywhere between 5 to 20R. That's huge, right? Especially if I'm able to participate in a multi-day trend. Now, I shared how I'm also long from 180 in NQ on my swing account. On my swing account, I put on 3 minis. And so I take partials, of course, but I'm swing long in my swing account for those, right? So you see how like my R multiples, because I'm a trend follower, trend trader, is much, much, much higher. Like that's why in my system, I need to let my partials run because, again, because I'm trading my own money, I have the opportunity to hold my trades overnight. And I know some of you guys may say, oh no, there's so much risk overnight. I get it, but I know my system really well. I know trend structure really well. I've been, at this for 10 years plus. So I don't mind holding overnight. Like you guys wouldn't believe it, but I trade with some people who are currently long NQ from the April reversal, and they're up like 35, almost 4,000 points. Okay. And these are large traders, 7-8 figure accounts. And they're multi-week, multi-month swing trading NQ. So it just you have to really understand your system. You have to understand trend structure. You have to understand how the market moves in order to have confidence to yes, Lucy, in order to have confidence in letting your trades run, right? But you only have confidence if you have enough screen time, if you um if you have enough reps in. All right, I just went on a little bit of a tangent. Yes, they do roll it. Those long from the low guys have to roll it on expiration? No, they rolled it. Yeah, they I mean, look, and these are large accounts, okay? Being up 25, 3,500 points is huge, okay? Even with 3 minis, but it's like these are, so there's different levels to the game. So I swing trade NQ all the time, like all the time. I want to participate in trends. All right, let's look at my swings. I've been chatting for a bit too long. I gotta see what my swings are doing. AVGO new highs. Oh shoot, let me see this. Is my time almost up? Wow, it's almost up. Coin new highs. Just love it. Crowd new highs. Hood new highs. Oh, not yesterday they did. Nvidia new highs. PL2R new highs, but back down. Beautiful. Uber, new highs. Oh, that's awesome. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So you see how I'm letting now price do whatever it needs to do? Like just give it space, give it freedom, let it figure itself out. Like some of you guys in college. Um, good to hear that, John. All right, I gotta go some of these questions before I check out of here. Is it because the price is likely to chop after a breakout of a wedge? It's likely to chop. I don't want to say chop, but you have to understand that if, for example, like I missed this failed breakdown low here, think of it like this. This failed breakdown is most likely in an uptrend going to be the low of the day. And you're going to have in an uptrend a daily expansion candle, right? So if the daily candle has a higher probability of having this huge move higher and closing at these highs, then the intraday action, I have to sit through that, right? So I have to be okay with price doing whatever it wants in order to have the opportunity for that. Now, some days it might stop me out and come back down, but some days, you know, I'll be up 200, 300, 400 points on a 20, 30 point risk. Did you change your stop as a beginner trader after taking profit, or do you let it find itself out like you do now? I did used to change my stop in the beginning, but you know why? That's because I had the wrong parameters. You have to understand that when you change a little part of your strategy, that creates a whole different strategy. Like it's completely different because at the end of 1,000 trades, you're going to have a completely different output, right? So how you change your stops, your entries, your sizing, that gives you a different outcome. Now, my parameters have to be fixed across time in order to give me the output that I want. So yes, in the beginning, I was changing my stop, but you have to understand in the beginning, I didn't know this strategy, right? I may not have known what I was doing the way I should have been doing it. Jeff, so with the rest of this trade, what is the worst case if your stop is hit? Yes, I took 9 off and I have 3 left. If I get stopped out, it is what it is. I have stops overnight, right? So risk is managed. Yes, absolutely. My stops, like right now, I have stops that break even for my swing. I'm not looking to, I'm just letting it do whatever it needs to do. When that daily 9 MA trend ends on the daily, then I'll move my stop up, right? But I'm swing trading, so I need to focus on the daily candle structure, not on this intraday. What's good, XYZ? Happy. What's up? My tag out. Bro, created YouTube, stop playing. Look, I don't want a YouTube. I want a YouTube for something else, right? Like the next stage of what I create. I don't want a YouTube just for trading. I want a YouTube for something else that involves trading, but it's actually to help people, not just in trading, in many other different areas. But I need to reach some monetary goals first in order to be able to fund all of that, right? YouTube, trading will be part of YouTube, but trading YouTube just for trading is not. It's not what I'm looking for right now. Yes, Jay. Hey Rob, good to see you on here. Super underfollowed on X. Yeah, hit that like. Guys, we're at 276. Come on. I went into the whole education mode. Ninja's providing this massive network here. Let's like it up. Let's get it to 350 by the time I leave in 6 minutes. Okay, I know we can get 350. We have 580 here. Guys, also tell your friends, tell your family, tell your boss, tell your coworkers, tell your cousins, call your neighbors, right? Tell them to watch the yeah, look at that, beautiful. Subscribe and like, and hit notifications, and follow Trading Boxes on X, right? Look at that, 312. Let's get it to 350. For you guys in the back. Thanks, 2020. Tell your barbers. Tell your hair product providers. Tell everybody to come check us out. Chris, have you ever had the unfortunate experience of a stop not triggering even if it reaches your target? That's for sure. Your stop not triggering even if it reaches your target. You mean your sell stop? Well, it should take you out. If it doesn't, I mean, just manually exit that trade. I think that would be my answer for either any kind of stop. Buy stop or sell stop. Like exit it manually. Will my setup be available on Ninja? I don't know what you mean exactly by that. Joel, you reached out to me, my friend. I messaged you back. Message back if you're asking, the same thing. Adam, will my setup be available on Ninja? My setup is my own. I don't think Ninja can replicate that. What I can do is provide the zones, the risk reward indicator, right? The knowledge, the wisdom, if I can say a little bit on that, right? Even though I look young. But we have 3 minutes here.
Chris, morning, buddy.
Stowe, what's going on?
Oh, nothing. Just hanging out. What are you doing?
It's a little bit the same hanging out with NQ. How about you? Are you NQ friends right now?
Yep, we're friends. We were friends today.
Good.
Yep.
You're in the trade right now as well?
Yeah. Don't really like it, but yes, I'm in it.
What's your entry? You just got along right now?
Yeah, I'm just right here. I'm just right here at 72, trying to see if this is going to continue higher. But
so you can see higher from here, huh? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, every tick above this high is an all-time high, right? So it is. What else is there to see but higher?
That ain't false.
Nope.
That's awesome. When you set up your targets like that, are you just focused on like ratios or anything that you see, maybe the nodes or the bands? Is that how you're putting that together?
Yeah. So I try to do a combination of risk reward ratio with a target in mind also. So this is kind of like I was long from a lot lower, got out when we got up here and hit this rejection at like this 570 spot. And so I'm kind of getting in here for continuation. And so my first target would be a retest of the overnight high. And now that, we've already run it, and reversed off of it. So I'd like to see this retest. So that's my first target. And then second target I just have as a new high. But I'm trying to be mindful of this. This 567 bid is holding all of this up right now. So I don't know if it's going to give out and get run at this 11 o'clock turn. I don't know. This is a pretty pushy entry up here, Chris. I'm looking for
NQ's just not really moving along today.
Yeah.
Who would have thought ES is leading? Well, it makes sense. SPYs have not hit all-time highs yet. Qs have. Mm-hmm. So I think it's like a catch-up on the SPY area, right, or ES. But
Yeah, see, it's
All right, I'll let you
keeps
take it over.
tickling this 568 guy. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it wants to break here. Come back down and take us out.
But it's bid city on ES though. I don't know. It's been messing around like this a lot the last couple days, so I'm just gonna give it this space to work and see what happens. See what 11 o'clock
Yeah,
wants to do.
if we cannot break lower, then the other direction is higher. But I mean, it's from what I see, it looks like it's struggling here.
Yep, it's definitely chewing through a lot. If I zoom in like insane, the two-way is right here. This is selling, this is buying. So
Yeah.
we're just right at this inflection point now. But I'm on the buyer's side. Not that I mean I typically am, but oftentimes when NQ and ES are diverging like this, it'll use like I kind of see the possibility of these 10 points as the opportunity to lift ES to make that new high and to take out that that spot. So I don't know. It sure is stalling here though, Chris.
Yeah, you know, it's should have sort of expected. We're entering that holiday period into next week. We're right under all-time highs for SPYs. Qs haven't hit that. My main motto is sideways to higher unless we get confirmation of like a big level breaking.
Mm-hmm.
And you just have to ride with that.
Yep, that's true.
All right, my friend, I'll let you take over. Enjoy your what is this lunch session for you? Are you you're on the East Coast, no? South?
Yep, East Coast. Yep.
So you are
I'm in
11
Pittsburgh,
a.m.
so this will be it's sandwich time once my once my
Oh,
hour is
yeah.
done.
Gosh, there's like this trend going around for what's that store that they make sandwiches?
Which one?
I don't know if you've seen it. Gosh, I wanted to say it before I left.
Jersey Mike's Subway?
Jersey Mike's.
Is that it?
Yeah, they're like saying, "Can I have it Mike's way?"
Oh, dude, Jersey Mike's is the jam. Have you ever
I
had
know,
Jersey
but there's
Mike's?
like a funny trend right now going on that. You got to look it up on Instagram or TikTok.
All right.
I don't want to say it here, but I think some of you guys know. Someone in the chat knows.
All
But
right,
all right,
cool.
I'll let you go. You guys have a good sesh. All right, chat. Good seeing you guys.
All right,
I'll
thanks,
see
Chris.
you next week.
Later, brother.
All right, bye.
Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So we got filled at that overnight high retest. So pushing the edge here worked. That's nice. I'll cozy this stop up below this 568 guy. ES made a new high, so keeping an eye on all that as well. So yeah. How's everybody doing? Everybody have a good day? You guys trade good? Trade well? Trade good? Did Yins trade good? It's Thursday. I've lost all my nice diction. Yeah, I heard Chris get into I didn't get to catch most of it, but he was getting into education mode there for a second. That was nice. I do something weird with Jersey Mike subs. I bake them about 50% of the time when they get here. So I throw my Jersey here. I'll talk about this as we wait for people to get over. I actually have relatively I don't know. At least I have some sort of market stuff to talk about today. But first, let's talk about sandwiches. I get the Cancro, which is it's like all the way down on the numbers. It's like number 17 or 21 or something crazy. But I get the Cancro, no tomatoes. I'm just not a raw tomato guy. I think that's okay. I understand. I like tomatoes. I like pasta sauce. I'm not a monster, but I just don't like raw tomatoes on a sandwich. It's just not my thing. No, Sav. It is okay. Well, I'll eat them in a salad. if the dressing is, it's got to be dressed in some way. I can't just eat a raw tomato. That's insane. It can't be done. But I get the cancro, and then add the hot pepper relish. Of course, that's the whole point of going to Jersey Mike's. You got to get the relish, and I throw banana peppers on there too. Slide that baby in the oven for 10 minutes at 350. That's the nice crunchy treat. I'm actually going to do that today. On Tuesday and Thursday, that's my day that I get to. It's my excuse day to order lunch from the world, because I'm pretty busy and I only have that tiny window in between streams to jam something. So it's either that, or I also eat ramen noodles a lot still, like I'm a child. Oh, that's fair, Sab. That's fine. You got to understand, you have different tomatoes down there than I have. Yeah, I put the whole sandwich in. Yeah, I put the whole thing in there. 10 minutes. I'm telling you. It's enough to melt the cheese and get the bread to be relatively crispy, not too crispy. Yep. Just try it. Just give it a shot. Oh, Omni, you missed a 7R trade on gold? That's why gold sucks. It's not friends with anybody. NQ occasionally likes people. Gold never likes anybody. I'm convinced. Good morning, XY. Hey, you're up early, big cat. What's up? Loon? No, not really. I occasionally drag like a kettlebell around. But I do try to do some strength stuff. I haven't done anything for like 3 weeks because I've been in this dumb tick world. I'm just like finally starting to feel not tired all the time. Like coffee stopped working. It's been this tick thing's been strange. But in my normal life, when I'm running 5 days a week, I'll do like some strength training 2 days a week, but I hate it. So I really have a hard time motivating myself to do it. I love running. That's easy exercise to do. Listen to a book, run around the neighborhood, see what everybody's up to. Anybody do anything new with their lawns? That's like a fun little morning thing for me. But like picking stuff up and putting it down, not fun for me. Don't like it. Never been a fan. I'll take a new program, Omni, for sure. I'm still working on the last one you gave me, which you told me to do 3 days a week, but I only really do it 2 days a week. And by 2 days a week, I really mean like 1 day a week. Yeah. Good morning, NQ Hunter. Good morning. Yes, Jay, I had Lyme's disease. I have it, or I did have it. I don't know. I think I got like a week left on the antibiotics still. There's like a whole month of these things. I don't know. It's true, XY. I need that I need that setup that like Stallone had and over the top, because he's a truck driver. He's just got like the weight bench in the in the truck cab with him. That's what I need for the bench. You guys ever seen Over the Top? It's kind of an old movie, but it's really good. You should check it out. Over the Top, Dad. I haven't thought about that in a long time. All right, anyways. Let's talk about something related to the market and not related to me not liking the lift. Okay, so let's look at our trades today. Reminder, I switched to a funded account. We're trading minis. The new stats are going to be based on that adjustment. If you guys missed the show yesterday or Tuesday when I talked about this. Other than that, no big difference. I'm doing 2 lots instead of 4. Obviously, 4 lots of NQ would be insane leverage. So, I mean, even 2 is a little too much, but we're experimenting and we're going to see what this looks like. But yeah, let's look at the overnight first thing. You know, we wake up and we see what the overnight did. And once again, it partied. Here's our Globex open here. Whoop, grind up. And then we get to our London open here at 3 a.m. And that baby stayed pretty long. Now, here at 8:30, we had a bunch of news nonsense. So that's what this candle is. And remember when we have large news stuff come in like that, let's see what it was. It was GDP and unemployment and a bunch of other stuff. It looks like orange. And Goolsby talked. Goolsby. So yeah, either way, it doesn't matter what it was. A bunch of stuff happened at 8:30 that we don't need to know what it was. We just need to know that something happened. So yeah, we look at these news spikes, and these are good points of interest here. Always when you have big news spikes like this, it's good to mark the top and the bottom of those things, especially if they're not the overnight high or low. All right, so we come into today with like 520 as a meaningful level, and we see initial drive, chop, then start driving down. Also, it lost the Europe Open and that became a pretty serious pivot. But we get down to this 520 spot, and it eventually becomes a big buy, huge buy actually, and this is a ton of passive selling that got bid through right here. I was leaning long for a couple different reasons. And being extremely careful, knowing that like the way that this day was developing, it looked like we were selling down. We initially lost this 520 spot and we're stuck underneath of it. But I'm going to show you some higher time frame stuff that I don't think I've shared on here. I know I've tweeted about it and maybe put it in some Discords. I don't know. But yeah, we're going to go over why I was leaning long down here. But taking very, very small scalps, base hits, small base hits. Here's a good example of one long, scaled, and then I had my stop extremely tight. Only took a 7-point stop on that one. And then we got down here, right here at 480. We see this exhaustive bubble. And I was looking for this spot, this 483 specifically. And we're going to get into why. So I got long here, scaled one, and then I rode the second one all the way up until 556. So this was a pretty big trade on a mini for me. It was about 65 points. And I was trailing this baby tight, XYZ style. And from there, oh, nice, we're above the overnight high. So from there, I just let it chill and see if trend's going to develop. Came in here. I liked this push down and rejection. And I saw this bid coming in at 568. So I got in here. This fill is pretty horrendous at 572. But we survived it barely and took one off with the overnight high. And now we're just looking for higher. Because it's blue skies, baby. On NQ anyway. But yeah. I'm going to pull up a bunch of stuff. Trigger warning, if your name is Leo the Tiger and you don't want to look at the horrible colors that I've chosen for this next chart I'm about to show, please turn off your screen. It's not my fault if you look at this and accidentally throw up. So, okay. What we're looking at here is our high time frame chart. We have a bunch of different time frame VWAPs on here. The VWAP itself is not important for these purposes. We are only looking at the bands. Yeah, I know the colors are super bad. Enjoy. This is what I do to my friends to make them uncomfortable. It brings me joy. This yellow band, which is we could call, I don't know, piss yellow. It's called gold, but um, this yellow band is the monthly VWAP. Now, this is a 30-minute chart, and I'm extremely zoomed out just to show you the whole month. And the way I approach higher time frame VWAPs is I always start them on that week. I don't have a rolling time frame, so like this is not rolling 30 days. This is the yellow bands are all of June, right? And just like with the weekly bands, the earlier you are in the month, the less I care about that. Like, it needs some time to develop, right? It's a volume weighted average price. It needs the more volume that it has, the more information it has, the more accurate that indicator is going to be as a barometer, right? So for the first 2 weeks of the month, I don't really care about this. We'll talk about what I actually look at maybe some other day. But for the purpose of saving some time, we just don't look at it for the first 2 weeks, right? So we get to June 14th, which is around in here. And, you know, same stuff that I look at with daily VWAPs apply. This thing is flat. The top bands are flat. The bottom band is mostly flat. Yeah, it's flat. And what's that mean? It's a balancing market. And, you know, this is hindsight. Fair enough. But that's what it did. I mean, it's balancing, right? Until we broke out right here. And I was talking about this level. It was 2110. It was back here when I was talking about it. But we broke out of this 2110. I tried to catch this long back here and didn't get it, but or maybe I tried to get it in here and didn't get it. I don't remember. But either way, this is when my market in motion spidey sense kind of went off. So if you're following me, we have the monthly band that we have in the back of our heads, and it's at least 2 weeks in, so we care about it. And we're now breaking into the top band. And, you know, just like normal in the day when we're looking at the VWAP bands, when we break into the upper band and hold in there, that's a strong trend. Same with down, but we break into the upper band. Now I have this blue band, and this blue band, this is our weekly VWAP. Just like with the monthly, we need a couple days in the weekly VWAP in order to be able to look at it and, you know, determine anything. So I like to give it until Wednesday, which I think was the 24th. Or no, 25th, so Wednesday. But early in the week, you can see it's sloping up. So we've now broken into the top monthly band. The weekly band is sloping up, and we're holding in that. Sometimes above it, but we're firmly holding in that. So today, on Thursday, so we spend all of Wednesday inside of this for the most part. So this is a strong weekly trend to me when I look at this. Open this up on Wednesday, open this up on Thursday, and we're in the upper band. That's a strong trend for me. You can also see the weekly band or the monthly band the yellow band has started to point upwards. That's another good sign. And then we can look over at our volume profile and see, you know, this giant gap still holding, big LVN still holding. We're pushing and building, pushing and building, pushing and building, higher highs, higher highs. We also came down and tested this, the +2 of the monthly. Now, I'm not trading these levels, but like this is just good context to have coming into the day with like, where are we really? Because trading all-time highs, it can be hard. It can be annoying because you don't have any context. So you have to kind of form some. And it's scary to buy the all-time high. Like, I get it. Well, you should still do it if the trend is up because I mean, like I said, it could keep going higher. Like, look at this. We continue to push higher. Now I'm going to move this stop into profit. But yeah, we're making new highs. ES is making new highs. This is an all-time high here at 608, you know? But this was the all-time high at 1030. So price can keep going is what I'm trying to say. And while it might be scary and annoying to try to buy the all-time high, there are some ways where you can do it safely-ish, you know, with risk involved. So anyways, so we take this big month, we take this big week, all this general stuff that I just mentioned that I look at, and then we zoom into today. So today's Thursday. It's the most useful day, and Friday, the most useful day for the weekly VWAP. And then we're also getting towards the end of the month. So that thing's extremely useful too. And so when I come into this, I'm like, okay, we need to hold inside of this weekly band if we're going to keep going higher and stay in this weekly trend. So the first thing I did is I came down, zoomed into this baby first thing in the morning, and I'm like, where is the +1? And it was right down here at, it was like at like 483 when I was looking at it this morning. Yeah, so 930. Yeah, 480s. And so I find that spot. Look over here. It also coincided with this LVN, which had a little tiny node in it here, 477. And then we also had these highs back here. So I'm pulling all three of these pieces of information together to form a zone, a higher time frame zone that I can watch for bid activity in and try to get a snipey entry into. So we have these wicks here that were highs that we broke above. So this is what I was looking to retest right here. This LVN, 480s, 483. I think I had, where did I get 483 from? It was this guy. Yeah. That equal high there, 484, 483. And sure enough, we got down there. And this is, I like that the delta hasn't reset yet, so that's good. So we can see it. So we come down and I get this exhaustive bubble. These are all the order flow tools yelling at me. We then get a delta flip here, meaning that all of these candles have flipped to positive delta dominance. We had this little poke down in here. This was bid activity on the DOM that I liked, and no real passive selling. Once we got down here and stopped, this was pretty light until we got up to this 520 order, which was insane. Someone just sat here and offered it for forever, and then they gave up. Yeah, but I was trailing my stop extremely tight. So that's kind of a way that you can act. I mean, trading all-time highs, definitely not easy, but you can do it. You just have to find ways to give yourself context that'll help you trade, because price can keep going higher or it can retrace. Nobody ever knows what's going to happen. So that's my little lesson about that today. I'm glad you guys all hate my chart colors just as much as Leo does. It's going to make him feel good. My fear on the all-time high is that folks who feel like they were in the heat during the sell-off will start selling at the all-time high to risk off. Yeah, I don't know, Jeff. That's a little too that you're looking for too much information there for me. There's just, yeah, that's too much for me to think about. I try not to care about what everybody is up to or maybe up to. I mean, how many market participants are there? Like an infinite amount. And who knows what they're doing? There's really no way to know. I don't know. I also don't look at shapes like that. I don't look at cup and handle. I don't look at head and shoulders. I don't look at, I don't know, literally any of those. So that's just not something in my radar. Grisha asks, why not use a rolling 30-day instead of beginning of the month? I just don't. I don't know. It doesn't work as well for me. I don't know why. Just in my anecdotal experience using these bands like this, it just doesn't. It's not as effective. I don't know why. Meeks asks, is that your original entry or is that after a trim? Which part? I mean, these are all entries up here. I actually did try to push this at the bottom here. So I did take a small short scalp right here. So you can see where this, like, I mean, maybe you can see it. I'm going to do my best. I guess I could make these arrows bigger, huh? Okay, so this was buy 2, 503, sold 1 at 513.75, and then I got stopped out at this. You can see, like, the arrow points this way. So I got stopped out here and then immediately went short and got a 10-point scalp. And then once I saw this exhaustive spot and this bid start to show up, then this is where I got long. So this was a quick short scalp here, 10 points, 5 points, and then I got long here, scaled 1, and then the second, and then I got flat up here at 553. And then there was not another trade until the one that I'm in right now, which started here. And I scaled 1 off at the overnight high. And now I've got the second one. I'm just kind of dragging around, trying to think about what it's up to. Is that true, Loon? Is that why? Who are these bigger participants? Who are they? Who are they really? Oh, no worries, Meeks. Yeah. No, this is just a continuation trade. It looks like they're gonna come get me. I'm gonna have to get back in at this if this overnight high holds. That was mean. That was nasty. Ooh. Da-na-na. Let's see if this. All right, so we got stopped in profit there. But I have my eye on this. We might be coming down to, might be doing our little London close retrace here. So we have lots of opportunity around, 550. The previous day high is there. RTH view up is there. RTH open is there. So this is a good spot. So we're going to chill. If we're coming back into this volume node, I also want to wait until we get to the bottom of it. This looks like a pretty intense sell too. So we'll let this be. Also a good time to check our loot. Yeah. We're up like 110 points. So going to be extra careful not to do anything too stupid. Cool. The they. The they are everywhere, Mark. The they are everywhere. Do funds use moving averages? Is that true? Which one do they use? The 69 or the 420? I've heard this. I've heard the 420 is pretty good. All right, so we just retested the open. We just ran this low. 10:30 just happened, or 11:30 just happened. So there was the turn. I need to see some active bid. Looks like they're trying to fire it up here. All right. Need to get in so I can have a good spot there. Just watching. Okay, try it. Pull that offer. Pull it, you turkeys. Nice. There we go. Got our delta flip confirm. Tuck that baby up there. Cool. I'm happy about that one. Needs to hold this pivot. Might just scratch this second one. Not making it easy. Been right. I think I'm accidentally listening to a full record and not a playlist today, and I think I'm really enjoying it. Getting a little messy now. All right, so we got this bid delta coming in. Sorry, I'll try to narrate this a little bit. This bid delta is coming in currently supportive. What's my stop? I got the 9-point stop. Okay, so this is a free trade. We're gonna let this. We'll let this chill for a second. Yeah, this is a cool band. Jay, this is a band called Michigan Rattlers or Rattlers, but I think it's Rattlers. I don't know. They're a cool, folk band. Get above that. There you go. There you go. Okay, now we'll watch the IB. See if we can get back through that stupid thing. It looks good. Looks quite good. Everybody's jumping all over themselves trying to buy this thing right now. The heck is ES doing? Okay. ES kind of pulled. That was a pullback for ants. Don't mean a thing. Okay, spot for ES here. Now I'm going to watch this overnight high. I'll watch reaction here at 585. Book's getting weird. That's strange. A bunch of stuff just pulled off the ES DOM. That's always weird when that happens. Yikes. Okay. All right, let me see. Tiny reaction at overnight high. Got my button. I got my finger on the flatten button. Alt F if we need to. Because again, we're locking in profits discretionarily. Is discretionarily a word? Is that a real word? All right, now we're in the yep, pull that baby up. All right, so now we're back in the band. 59, 69, 74. Cool. So I locked in that 15 points there. And we will monitor this to see what this order flow is like up here. Because you can see we kind of made this like, we've made a couple nodes up here. So it was pushing and building. And then, we got that liquidation push. So liquidation break. When the buyers take a smoke break. Still quite happy. Sick. That's right. I'm happy about that one. I'm gonna put this trade on the fridge. Might have to get some of my kids' stuff off the fridge. She doesn't care. She's just gonna draw more stuff anyways, right? It's not that important. She can't trade. I deserve some space on the fridge for my trades, the things that I do. I'm just saying. Yes, Jose, I'm trading minis. So far. 2 days in. Tuesday and Thursday. I traded for a little bit yesterday, just in a different account, and man, what a horrible, exhausting grind that turned into. So I got away from that thing. I mean, I like a grind, but that was gnarly. Mike, I talked about the sandwich earlier, but I'd love to revisit it. I like everything on. So I'll do Mike's way, no tomatoes, and add hot pepper relish, add banana peppers. That's what I'm up to. Oh, cool, Richie. I'll check that out. Mike asks, is there no big sellers around, just profit takers? I don't know what you mean necessarily. I don't. So if someone is taking profit or initiating a new position, there's no way to know that. The only thing that we can see is limit orders and market orders, and then we can infer reloading and, execution programs as we see certain activity on the DOM happen. Like, we've talked about this a little bit in the past, but if somebody has, if a big institution has to sell 5,000 lots of NQ, they're not just going to put all their orders on the book and be like, here you go, here's 5,000 lots. They typically have some sort of execution program that is, trying to execute those orders in a way that gives them an average price of this. And so if you get up to a spot and like, you can kind of look at it now. If you're looking at the DOM, you can see, if you have pulling and stacking on, you can see people adding to spots that are getting stuck. So you kind of use that in conjunction with a delta volume profile. And so if we get up to a spot that is, extremely blue, that means that a lot of market orders are crossing the spread into the offer side, and they're being met with some sort of resting liquidity here. And that can be either one big order. I mean, sometimes somebody will put 400 lots on just a spot and get filled, or you'll see this gradually filling up, and you'll see 5 lots at a time coming in at different spots on the ladder. And that's more of a, an execution program, trying to get some lots in a non-obnoxious way. Because, the NQ ladder is pretty thin. And if you smack, 100 points into it, then it's gonna, or 100 lots into it, it's gonna move the price quite a bit. So if you mark it in 100 lots right now, you're gonna get filled from 598 probably all the way up to like 615, because there's just not that much liquidity on the book to fill that market order. So it's just gonna zip the whole way up the book. And that's also how to identify a sweep when you see those come in. Is you see a big market order hit the book, you not only see that in the time and sales, but you'll also see just the violence of that move. So that's part of where the pattern recognition part comes into play too. But yeah, anyways, you can't really see or infer what is the difference between selling and profit taking. Like they're both selling, right? So you have no idea if someone's initiating a new position or closing out an existing position. I got a bunch of charms today, actually. They're really helping me out. This one says, if you can see it, it says Dad Lucky. Lukeee. Which is pretty good. Oh no, it says Lucky Charm. Lukeechom. Hey, that's really good. Good job, dude. I didn't even notice you put those there. Oh, and this one just says positive. So. Let me see. If it wasn't for trading, she wouldn't have a fridge. She would probably still have a fridge. Her mom has a real person job, so we would probably still have a fridge and food. MetaMoon, would you ever go short at the +1 band? Yeah, I mean, sometimes not. I'm just not as good at that move. I mean, I would have liked to see it here, and then this would have been a good time to try that. I need to see it move away from the +1 and then revisit it. And then I also need the bands to flatten out by then. And if you look at this, I mean, we haven't seen any real change in the slope of the band since, it started to live inside of it around, 10. So I don't really like that trade, But if it would have hit here, rejected, and then the band started to flatten out, then I would be more inclined to look for shorts, or more likely, I'm not looking for shorts. I'm looking to just not get into aggressive longs up here. But I mean, we got to the overnight high, and then it sliced right through it, right here. There was nothing, no aggressive selling on the DOM, no nothing there. So there was nothing to tell me to short. Oh, +2? No, never. Never, never, never. Nope. I don't fade that thing. That's a mean reversion hell up there. If you're at the +2, I don't mess around with that. For longs or shorts. My rule, MetaMoon, is if I'm in this band and it's the upper band, I'm not short. And if I'm in this band and it's the lower band, I'm not long, unless they're flat and it's a balanced day that I can draw clear signs from. Then, but when it's sloping like this, nope. Every time I get into trades like that, I always get into trouble. Always, 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 always. So that's just a personal rule that I've made to stop losing money. ASM says, Stowe, how do you exit an OCO bracket early with some profit? Do you drag your TP to the market price or click something on the chart trader? Oh, okay. So this is the cool thing about a bracket. So it's kind of tough to demonstrate now, but if I was, okay, so what I do, so right now I'm using NQ2 lot as my bracket order, which is a pre-programmed bracket that I have, and it's 2 lots, and first target is 12 points, and then the second target is 30 points or something like that. Either way, it puts 2 lots on when I press Alt B, which is buy, or Alt S, which is sell market. I'm typically just marketing in and out. I'm rarely ever putting a limit order in to get into a position. The cool thing is if you come over here, and once you already have a position on, if you change this quantity to 1, now if you mark it in or out, it's going to subtract. Number 1, it's going to subtract. So like if I'm long 2 lots, right? Like I got long 2 here, and I had a bracket order here set. So this was a limit order. But if I had this set to 1 and wanted to just mark it out, sell at any point, and I hit Alt S, which is my hotkey for sell, it will just take me out, and it will eliminate one of these brackets. So as long as you still have the bracket selected, you can go down to 1 lot and slowly get out of your position manually, and it automatically calculates that for the bracket that you have on. The chosen trader wants me to fix my candle colors. What's wrong with my candle colors? You fix your candle colors, chosen trader. How about you choose your candle colors and I'll choose mine? Am I watching the MBO lineup? No. Okay, I got that ASM question. Good. Undercover scammers. Do you do mentoring still? What a weird question from an account called Undercover Scammers. Are you trying to secret shop me right now, Undercover Scammers? This is like when some guy with a shirt that says "not a cop" comes up to you and asks if you have any drugs for sale. That's funny. No, man, I don't. I made that joke with XY the other day that I don't worry, I'm not FBI. Definitely not a cop. No, I don't do I said I have one mentor and she's 5 and she doesn't listen to a damn thing that I have to say. So I'm just gonna work on that mentee relationship and see how far I can get with things like saying thank you and please. Oh, that was so funny. Oh. What else do I got? Khalid, what is that indicator? Which one, bud? Which one are you talking about? Just describe it, and I'll tell you what it is. I only have a couple on here. It's either VWAP bands, a delta volume profile, or just a volume profile. I've only got 3 things working, and then a bunch of MGI. So what you need? Brandon, these are VWAP bands. No, they're not boomer bands. No, I shan't be using boomer bands. I just have them. I just fill in the +1 to +2. Just it helps me with my my rules. So this is +1 to +2. This green line down here is the VWAP itself, and then I also monitor the 24-hour VWAP. But the bands are based on RTH, regular trading hours. And then, so this is -1 to -2 down here. And then I fill that in as well. Hey, Jim, is it time? It is. That was a fast hour. Holy Moses.
Oh, my goodness.
I finally talked about something of value, I think, for a second there. Maybe like 5 or 10 minutes of that was actual valuable.
Well, you also, I didn't know we shared this common indicator together. When you said your spidey sense, I use that a lot myself.
Yeah, you got to, I mean, that's the vibes, Jim. The spidey sense. It's usually right about 14% of the time. So it takes a lot of hits, but.
No, but I mean, this is all about muscle memory, getting your 10,000 hours in. Practicing, writing down your trades, thinking about what you did right, think about what you did wrong. And all of a sudden, all that stuff becomes kind of intuitive, right? And so now you have the spidey sense that kicks in.
Yep, it's true.
I love it. The other thing that's odd is cup and handle. I mean, there's no handle on my martini glass.
I've never gotten into the thing with the technical analysis stuff. I'm sure, just like everything, I'm sure works for somebody. But like, I don't know. I get so into the weeds with that. I'm like, is that a handle? Is this a shoulder?
Yeah.
Is this a what is this? Yeah. And then I just get confused. It's the same with candle shapes. Like, I'll be like, is that a doji? Is that a, yeah. And then I just sit and think about it too long, and then the trade's gone. So
yeah, no, I lucky for me, I got to spend 2 years with Tom Schneider, who's on the product side now at NinjaTrader, and he's the CMT, and I learned it. I mean, even at an old age that I am, I learned a lot from Tom. It was pretty instructive.
Always be learning. That's the Jim rule.
There you go. Well, we'll see what happens today on this trade. I love the fact you trailed, man.
Yeah, look how much I'm in profit. Almost got 20 points locked in there. I do. 22 points.
I am proud of you, man.
Yeah, what's going on with me? I'm trading minis, and I've got to stop in profit right now. I don't even know who I am anymore.
You're a beautiful human being who's an awesome trader.
Oh, thanks, brother.
No.
Did you see this? Did you see this cop in here try to get me in trouble?
No, who got you in trouble?
Somebody asked me if I did mentoring, and their username is undercover scammers. This is maybe the funniest. If that's a bit, Oh, so good. I'm so proud of you. Whoever came up with that.
Oh my God. In any event, great job today, man. Appreciate you being here.
Thanks,
Are
my
you here?
friend.
You're not here this afternoon, are you?
Yes, sir. Double
Oh,
shift.
Stowe times two. That's right. I think I tweeted that. I love it, man. All right. Super cool. I'm going to do a really quick edge report here. I got something interesting. I think it's interesting anyway to share.
All right.
So I have to share my screen. I got you, Austin. I'm on it. I'm on it. All right. Ready for you when you are, Austin. There we go. All right, let's just start with let's start with the E-mini S&P. We had Andre from Edgeful on yesterday. He's got a statistics webpage which is feature rich. So I just wanted to show something kind of interesting. This is the E-mini S&P 15-minute chart. Nice orderly rally, then sideways action, and then boom, off to the races, right? And so our initial balance breakout on the upside here was approximately 61.75. The low of the initial balance was at 61.59. And we had about peak to valley, about a 43 handle range so far in the E-mini S&P. And the ATR is the ATR is 82.8 based on a 14-day average. So we're well underperforming on range. But we did have that breakout to the upside, and I thought, okay, what are the chances of us having a double break, right? In other words, we break out above the top of the initial balance, and then we break out again below. And so I did the report on edgeful.com, and the look back was 6 months, right? What's happened over the last 6 months? 70.08% of the time, we just had a single break. In this case, we have already achieved that. And then 26.77%, a little bit more than a quarter of the time, we have a double break. Now, usually I would look at a chart like this and say, wow, this is, there's no way we're going to have a double break. But if you think about the range here, I mean, we're only, I don't know, 20 handles away. So it's not like we're, 80 handles away. But what really gets interesting, I'm just going to move over here to the Russell 2000 and do the same analysis. Chart looks kind of similar, but we do have kind of a pullback into the initial balance, right? We have initial balance high at 2173, an initial balance low down here at 2159. The stats are pretty similar, actually, and it's saying, hey, we're only going to have a 73.23% look back for a single break to the upside, and only at 22.83% of the time have we broke through to the bottom. So thinking about that stat, now this looks a little different because we're back into the initial balance. And I'm thinking, all right, so if I were bullish, then I would be like, well, I'm going to be looking for places to get long, and where would I do that? And so you can see the session VWAP here. We're subtly coming down to it. I probably should draw a fib line also to help me out. And then that point of control is pretty compelling as well, right around 2164. So that's kind of one area of entry. And then we have this other area of used to be resistance, which is now support in my book. I just dragged that rectangle over here, and that's at approximately 2161.5. That could be another area for entry. Now, how does this edge fill stat help me? Well, I know if I do try to get long at one of these two areas, I could say, all right, I don't think there's going to be a double break because it's only 22.83% of the times happens. So I know where to put my stop. So that's just kind of one way you could use some of these edge full stats. They're really pretty good, to be honest with you. And to get to, that double break here in the Russell, we still have to break through this area of support. We still have to break through the pivot. We still have to break through Jacks 3. So we have a lot of support down here as well. So I'm not saying go long and put your stop there, but I'm saying this is how I would think about this data in terms of maybe getting long if I were interested in getting long. So anyway, I thought that was helpful. Other than that, across the board, we have, not interesting kind of, there's a little bit of ebb and flow here in some of the markets, but really, low volume days still. I mean, E-mini S&P's done 467,000. It's going to be, again, a sub-million contract day at this pace, unless something happens, some breaking news or something to get this thing moving. So another low volume day. And we've seen that taper over the last couple of days. And my guess is we're going to taper into the July 4th holiday. So that's the story there. The story in the not only the metals, but also the energies has been interesting. We're having greater than 1% moves across the board. Silver's up 1.22. Copper, Dr. Copper up 3.09. Let's just really quickly take a look at that daily chart because it's a really cool chart. And look at platinum, palladium. I'm not sure which markets we're going to talk to on hot commodities, but we are going to be talking about some of these markets because they are on fire. I mean, here, this is Dr. Copper breakout to the upside here. Really nice area of resistance, long-term area of resistance, 4.9355. Now we're tracking well above that $5 magical $5 level at 5.1260. So huge breakout to the upside on Dr. Copper, and we even see the moving averages now chasing it. It's like, wait a second, wait for me. And then we had that cross under here. Gave us a really nice signal, actually. We don't always get these signals, but when you get a crossover on a stochastics, somewhere between 80 and 20, not less than 20, not more than 80, but somewhere between, that could be a good signal to think about. So in any event, we got that here, looking back, of course, in Dr. Copper. So that is going to wrap up our morning edition of NinjaTrader Live. We really had some fantastic contributors this morning. Special shout out to Stowe, as usual. That dude is amazing. Having said all that, thank you for being in the chat. Appreciate you. High tides lift all boats. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you helping each other out and being here with us. We will be back. Me and Shai, 2:30, hot commodities report. And then Order Flow Labs is going to be trading the close as usual on this glorious Thursday. In the meantime, get some lunch, relax, go out and walk the dog. I don't know, whatever you do. We will look forward to seeing you at 2:30.